Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hey, oh my gosh, we don't have the penguin up? Oh, 1 second, guys. Oh no, panic. Panic. Guess on nothing. Quickly transition. Double notification. Yeah, well, what happened is there's some replays to add to the penguin. There we go. There's some replays to add to the queue, and when I did that, it made a new live stream. It was very weird. No penguin. Have I signed? I don't know how to go into the tournament. We'll see. I've been enjoying just having less games. But I'm back. The backlog has definitely struck back. Look at that. We got tons of games. Even new submitters. Less games, less stress. Exactly. Yeah, I'll search for the other person. Bashir. There we go. Oh, gosh, it's Sturm versus Sturm. But it's the Mariner Cup. Guaranteed no stall. It's mixed space, right? Advance for your mates at Uruguay. So in Uruguay, they had. Oh no, never mind. Well, they have this really nice train. You can see the sites of their old slave logging camp. That's pretty interesting. You can also go to canonically the edge of the world, or is it edge of the earth? It's one of those two. Is what it's called. It's like a rocky beach. I think it's the southernmost tip of South America. The closest you can get to Antarctica from it. It's pretty cool. If you ever go to Montevideo, then there's a really nice restaurant that had the best seafood spaghetti I've ever had in my life. So I don't know the name of the restaurant. Just know that if you go there, it exists. Habits, have you joined? You've already joined the tournament, I imagine. You don't like spaghetti? Is that the new? Well, the only thing in common with seafood spaghetti has got its own special sauce and everything. It's just the new one. You are joining habits. I'll think about it. Prepare first. Yeah, so the reason why blue has the base up here is because blue, this is a high funds fog, so part of the turn advantage balance is that player 2 gets a little more income. Player 1 will start capturing this right away, so player 2 won't be able to build from this base. Player 1 makes a horrible mistake, then this would be catastrophic, as player 2 would be able to build from this base and have quite the fight going on. It's super easy for player 1 to lose the game with a single misclick, right? You like move your infantry past because you're Sturm, you're like, oh no, and then you build, I guess you'd have to panic build mech, but since it's Sturm mirror, you're just doomed. Player 2 can go tank. Just don't misclick, man. It's that easy. Oh, the first map is one that you made habits. You better not lose round 1, that's what I'm hearing. But yeah, the reason why the base has been made blue instead of like the city is because they want it to be the best capture possible from this for this player 1 infantry. And you'd really rather to go for the city, or I really would rather go for the base over any of these other properties. Oh, you didn't make it, you just updated the FTA counter. Oh, I see. Oh, not that you made it. Oh. Okay. We'll hop into this. We got Witty, who I didn't know actually played Fog. And we have Bashir, who I believe is the person that's submitted this. And it's a Sturm, Mirror, and High Funds Fog. Ah, I have it. You did submit the replay. It's in the queue. So I would. Whoa, Bashir. Ignoring what I was talking about, going for the base first. Goes for the city. And base skips. That is very edgy. Well, we'll see. So that cost Bashir a whole infantry for actually, in my eyes, no gain, because you could have just captured the base instead of this city. You didn't gain economy out of it, so it's a little painful. Witty with a really fast APC, which I would not recommend in a Sturm mirror, but both players are going for it. The problem with going with a fast APC is that Sturm is just going to swarm you with recons, at least usually. So the APCs won't be able to get much done because the infantry just kind of delivered to the recons for harassment. Okay, I'm fine with the transport copter. It's nice and cheap. We have only one more recon and artillery. You can really pump out just an absurd number of recons in this matchup, and in Sturm versus Sturm, and there's really not much Sturm can do to defend against other Sturm recons. The tanks can like barely two-shot a recon, so there's a lot of harassment that you can get away with these recons, especially if they're on good terrain. And as such, usually you see the recons just flooding forth. Am I going to play in a new tournament? I might. We'll see. Will those recons be able to hurt the APC? Recons hurt APCs better than they hurt other recons. I mean, they're pretty decent. It probably takes like 3 Sturm recon shots to kill an APC. Well, depending on the terrain. So, Witty's a little gutsy here. There's not very many infantry here. So against most Sturm players, this would be like all of these infantry on the front lines here being harassed. Especially like this situation is something you wouldn't want to do with having an infantry next to a city like this. Now this recon should probably come over here and smack this guy. We'll see if it's got the guts. No, it just stood on the comm tower. Well, okay, well, I should really come over here. On a city especially, you don't have to fear too much. If Witty wants to kill this recon off, it's going to most likely be a 2-turn affair, and to make that happen, there has to be like a complete surround on it, so it's a huge investment just to kill off a recon. As you can see, oof, we got staying on the comm tower. Not as good, but it's the same defense. The AP, the anti-air was just able to finish it off. Down here wouldn't have been possible. You can see those are tough recons. Ooh, and there we go. This is kind of the classic. This was the high funds fog meta that I established, except I kind of skipped out on all these tanks. It would just be recons straight into neo tanks, and then also like anti-airs and fighters and the like for air dominance. Similarly, I don't like the positionings of these infantry just around the city. Okay, but the move out over here is looking pretty decent, and we do have constant airport production coming out here from Bashir, which is good. Unit count is a really big deal in high funds because you have so much money. It's really going to be how many units you have and how much map presence you can. The more limiting factor. Okay. Wow. Bop. Down goes an infantry. And Witty hasn't really been building that many due to just being high funds. So each of these infantry going down can very quickly snowball into an unfortunate situation. Get Sturm versus Sturm. Recon plus infantry does not kill infantry. And it looks like this infantry is actually going to get away with this at 1 health. Got the fighter, got some more recons coming out. Good. Complete front switch here from Witty. Front switches are really nice, and Sturm's really good at them. Usually, in the Sturm mirror, you can't get away with a front switch without it being noticed, just because there's so many recons running around, but both players don't have nearly the recon count that would normally be required. So this is a pretty interesting decision to hold for this city. I would probably have run away, but I think it's just that there isn't quite enough vision for Bashir to make that judgment call. I do like the fast rocket and got a nice tank coming out. Well, okay, and here we go. It's very sad days. This is definitely avoidable for Witty. Is this Neo tank? I guess this Neo tank really wanted to hit this tank. Okay, we broke through this way. Doesn't mean that this tank is going to be safe. Yeah, that could have been definitely a little more effective if just the Neo tanks were used for wall breaking. But this should most likely manage to deny this city. Go, recon zooms up here, sees this Neo tank. Bashir decides to stick around. Kills off this recon, which is nice. There's more recon, of course. They're going to be super speedy. I'm not a huge fan of using battle copters on the front lines, although this is high fun, so it's not a huge loss to lose a copter. But the idea usually behind this is like, it's an unkillable wall. And actually, I'm not quite sure if Sturm can one-shot another Sturm copter with just one comm tower. I think we're about to find out. No, I lived at one. Well, in this case, it did work out pretty nicely. And we do have artillery here. Rocket's not in range of anything, but the indirects will be very good here, as they have a very high base damage, which will help mitigate the defensive stats of Sturm and also the decreased offensive Sturm. Bam, bam, kill off the recon. Looks like Bashir's focusing primarily on trying to deny the vision, which can definitely be a way to go. Usually, in this kind of Sturm versus Sturm matchup, I have a lot of pressure put on the opponent's infantry just with the pure number of recons and kind of have an economic edge that way. Because there's always a lot of kind of what Witty's doing here is very dangerous with this giant ball of units. Just because Sturm does have the meteor that can punish this really hard. So I usually favor the more map control approach that just tries to deny as many properties as possible and makes magneting a lot easier. The Neo tank, pop. There we go. So you can see they're tough little recons. There we go. Mega tank's also a good buy, and it looks like Witty might be trying to set up a magnet here. Definitely setting up a magnet as the APC goes backwards. Ooh, the recon scouts the magnet. Doesn't see the medium tank in the woods though. Get to tag that rocket. A pretty decent swing. There we go. Take out the infantry. Take out that infantry. And now look at this. All of these properties and this comm tower, they're all pretty vulnerable to just getting scooped up. Pretty much free. There hasn't been quite enough harassment down here, but close to it. There's only 4 infantry left for Witty, but if this was down to like 2 or 1 infantry, then going for like an exchange of corners would be incredibly beneficial for Bashir because it would take so long for Witty to actually capture stuff. So a magnet is when you place your units in a specific spot so that they will get hit by a missile super, which is going to be based on how that super determines its targeting. So in this case, you're going to want like this little target formation, and you'll want that to have, specifically that formation, to have the highest value in units, so it'll hit there rather than down here. Although I'm not sure if... I mean, this probably has more value than this. And the reason you'd want to do that is because getting hit in your back 40 doesn't lose you the fight. Where if you get hit here, like right in on all of your frontline forces, then your opponents can then swoop in with their own units and just wipe you out. The most common magnet you'll see is when someone's fighting against Rachel and they group a bunch of infantry together so that the HP missile, the one that just hits the highest number of hit points, and the infantry missile will hit the same spot rather than some frontline vehicles. But anyone that's got missile power you can make a magnet. And the way that Sturm's missile works is it hits the highest value of units while centering on a unit. So in this case, it would hit this, it would center on this mega tank. It hits 2 up, 2 down, 2 left, 2 right, and the diagonals. Pop, pop, pop. And so long as, and it does friendly fire, so if like Bashir brings a recon over here that gets into the meteor's range, that would subtract that recon's value from the total targeting value. But yeah, so in this case, this is a very expensive magnet because there's a giant cluster of units here and it's trying to draw the strike away from. Currently, it's hitting 2 mech tanks, a fighter, a neo tank, a recon, and an APC. And a blam, like so. So you can see the meteor lands, it hits this, it's just going to do a ton of damage, but the front lines, the units that are actually fighting right now, are uninjured. And we'll see if Bashir also makes a magnet. Now, the reason why this magnet had to be so expensive is because Witty's playing with like a giant death ball. If you don't have all their units clustered together, then your magnet doesn't have to be quite so pricey in order to draw the meteor away. Okay, Mega Tank went here, so it looks like Bashir is also making a death ball. Or not a death ball, a magnet. Pow. It looks like the Mega Tank or the medium tank only does 6 damage to the recon. It looks like Bashir is going to get the comm tower from Witty. And the magnet for Bashir also worked. That was actually a really weird normal power from Witty. I think it was just a desperation move to try and get the meteor to land here on this bomber and interrupt these captures. But with this tank here as well, that's really not going to happen because that would be detracting from... I guess you could maybe hit this Neo tank. Usually if you use the normal power Sturm, you want to do that like before the combat if possible to take full advantage of those stats that you get. Okay, so Bashir now has both comm towers. For now, we'll see if there's an investment in trying to maintain this one. There's definitely a lot of units here from Witty trying to discourage any such attempt. 2 health fighter manages to withstand the 4 health anti-air attack, which is very impressive. This tank could be sacrificed, looks like it is, in order to stall this comm tower capture, but I don't think there'll be a way to stall it any longer or any further. This infantry probably should have hopped into the forest, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, this will stop this infantry from striking, so yeah, I guess going in the forest should be pretty bad because you just start capturing your city and maybe... Okay, so the front lines over here are looking very squishy for Bashir. The Neo tanks are just staring at artillery currently, but there are some rockets hiding out in the back, ready to strike. Can't kill the battle helicopter. So we do have the join cap on the comm tower. So, provided that Witty maintains a sufficient wall here, which it looks like it is, there'll be no way for Bashir to stop this comm tower capture. But it looks like Witty just kind of retreats from here entirely. Recon gives a nice scout out. There is this infantry that's capturing. There aren't any recons available currently to just run up and harass. But there we go. We do have the Mega Tank strike. Neo-tank kills off that recon. Sturm currently has both comm towers, so it's striking as if it's just a regular CO with no comm towers. This tank does imply that there's going to be an attempt at making another magnet. Okay, looks like it's double fighter, rocket, tank, recon magnet. I'm not sure if that is enough. I mean, well, you can always check if it's enough if you're actually playing the game by just going to the move planner, and you can have the move planner tell you where the missiles are going to land. So I'll assume that this is enough. Mega Tank comes in with a smack. Okay, here's the meteor strike. It is indeed enough. That must have been really close. Oof. So this is a really good situation for Bashir because there's rockets behind this. Again, Witty doesn't quite have... This is a problem that kind of both players have been having in this matchup. And there we go. You have the... I was going to say, it's just not enough vision for Witty to really know what Witty's quite diving into, which is something that Sturm really should never have a problem with because of how good the recons are. And this recon was here, and it kind of saw these units moving away, so Bashir should know that it's totally fine to dive in here, maybe even chase, and while attacking up here, especially with the double rocket backup. There we go. The units are coming in. Comm tower's immediately under threat. Rockets firing, artillery firing. I think the artillery probably could have fired at Neo-tank instead. They're pretty happy, but that's okay. Neo-tank. Trap it in. That's a bulky Neo-tank. Look at that. It does have the Sturm normal power. Giving that extra 10% defense. It takes a bomber hit, an artillery shot, and a full health Neo-tank hit. And it survives. With a different attack order, the Neo would have died. You think so? I mean, I imagine it was a luck roll that it survived. We have the meteor strike in response that is going to hit this little magnet. I wouldn't have done... I probably would not have used the meteor strike there. I really like using it. I just kind of... against a certain level of player, I just assume that they always have magnets up. So I would use it when I really want the stats. Well, have it isn't the order only going to matter when it comes down to knocking the health down to thresholds to get less defense from the fighter? So I don't know if... like, if the artillery doesn't have any chance of, like, knocking 2 hit points off at 10, I think going with the bomber first will make more sense. But, I mean, I don't know what the rolls are there. Okay. Attacking here. The rockets are still nice and safe back here. They're getting lots of prime targets. Bashir is now the one that has the stats. So, you can see how good the stats get as the first strike results in a 7-7 trade on planes. That's defense for you in Advanced Wars. very powerful. The rockets do get discovered, but they get discovered after everything's already moved. Ooh, they run away. I don't know if I would have ran away. I mean, these guys can both shoot a Neo tank on the planes. I probably would have done that. This comm tower does start getting captured down here. The other rocket runs. The artillery over here gets spotted, gets smacked for 7. Down goes the Neo tank. Ooh, looks like we're just doing a huge runaway. That can be very risky. I mean, these rockets aren't really in a well-defended area right now. Okay. It does kind of invite Witty to clump up over here and make it really hard to possibly magnet. The anti-air doesn't go after the bomber. We do have 2 fighters that can do so, though. Yeah. Very painful. And then down goes this rocket as well. Well, I actually lived at 1. They're looking very dire, though. Definitely, I would have preferred if Bashir had stood and fought. At least with those rockets. It looks like there's no real attempt at a magnet here from Witty. So Bashir will have an amazing turn here with double comm tower and the power boost in stats. We'll see if there's not really that many units that can currently attack to make full use out of it. But like you would hit here, you have a hit up here. Blam. Again, focusing on taking out that vision. I mean, it has been working pretty well against Witty so far. The rocket does get scouted out. There goes his anti-air. Medium tanks hit it up. Looks like the fighters have all are trying to be used as magnets primarily, although they've now moved away, so only this one's being used as a magnet. I don't quite understand what happened there. Ooh. That's a really weird move. I would have thought that for sure this was going to go after the rocket. Instead, it's decided to start poking at the BlackBoat. Okay. We're going to have a hard time dealing damage, although we'll be able to kill off a 1 health rocket for sure. But, like, it died. A lot of Neo tank strikes to get it done, and then we do have. Okay, never mind. That actually worked as a magnet, even though it's only a 7 health fighter. Really, really good magnets from Bashir this whole game. Okay. Now there's no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Neo tank could potentially interrupt this, although I don't think it will be able to do the 5 damage needed in order to stop the comm tower capture. This is your game. Okay, we have a big smacks on some Neo tanks over here. The BlackBoat's down to 2 health. Back. Get that infantry. Very aggressive capture from Witty, but got it done. Okay, moving everything up here. So blockade, 1 health fighter. I like it. Ooh, the recon's just camping in the forest to make it so that it's really annoying to hit this thing. I probably would have brought the fighter all the way over here but I can understand me like about the anti-air strike. It would be, yeah, it probably wouldn't be that good anyway. There's no real fear of something wrapping around. Okay, so this is where we get to find out if Witty's got the guts to delete this BlackBoat, and we go like Neo Tank, Medium Tank, Strike. Looks like the recon did its job, and I guess the Medium Tank got trapped here, which is very nice. All of these Neo Tanks from Witty have to now back up. Bashir aggression has paid off. The economy is back to being even. Witty's just now delivered the infantry up here to this corner. We'll see how well the chase from Bashir goes here. Unfortunately, this fighter is currently blocking this medium tank from getting a strike. Okay, more and more Neo tanks falling back away from the HQ. I think that makes sense. Recon is in range to interrupt this. Bashir's currently got econ, not the econ, the charge advantage. Although Witty's way ahead when it comes to unit value. But Witty's also been really liking to form these giant death balls, so it can become very easy to suddenly lose all your units. We get to find out if the two medium tanks can kill this guy off. Oh. Guess they're not going to try. They probably couldn't. Would be why they didn't go for it. You have lots of 4 Neo tanks for blue, 6 Neo tanks left for Witty. Yellow player does now have, makes the economy equal again. Mega tanks are really nice for Sturm because of course they benefit from the defense, and because they also have a really high base damage, so they can oftentimes kind of ignore Sturm's downside of increased attack, which is why you're seeing quite a few mega tanks in this game. They also make for really nice magnets because they're so expensive. The meteor strike does hit the front lines, which is what you never want to have happen, but the majority of Bashir's army is up here, so there's not going to be a huge punish. Although, I mean, there's still a decent punish. But that's the danger, right? Sturm gets the extra stats, which are always a really big deal for Sturm, and your units get injured, and he can clear them up. Bashir, on the other hand, already has a death ball in mind. Not a death ball, a magnet in mind. For some reason, puts the infantry inside the ABC. That was a turn you almost timed out. I think it's a nice strike on the Neo tank. Have an attack Neo tank. Bomber with no fear. Bomber with no fear. Neo tank gets finished off. He could use a normal power, but might save up for the super. I mean, at this point, probably not going to use the power. A pretty strong attack, but everything's grouped together again. I don't think Bashir is going to be able to get another power off, but Witty is definitely set up to get wrecked by one. You have both fighters available to go after these bombers, which is really nice. Like so. And then over here, the kind of the thing to do when you got a mega tank and then a little bit of supporting units, is you just take out the supporting units. Mega tanks only have one vision. They have very little ammo, so if they can get stranded, you can't really do much. Okay, Witty does have a super ready. I don't think the loaded infantry count for extra value in these. Dang. You had it all mapped out, but I hadn't played it. Gotcha. Meteor Strike does hit the magnet. They keep the penguins nice and healthy. That's true. That's true. I think it hits medium tank. The fight over by this HQ definitely seems to be going into Bashir's favor. Although the infantry are getting tagged, so there isn't any full health infantry really in range to go after this BlackBoat, for instance. So, a nice little surround on this fighter. But of course, we do have the power available here, and you, Witty has like this double Neo tank. I maybe magnet up here. No, this is probably a magnet up here. But you can always disrupt. If the magnet's too close to the front lines, you can always try and disrupt it by just putting your units in the way to make it less appealing of for targeting. So that hit here, and that hit this fighter. So like if this fighter moves, it's more likely to hit here and that kind of thing. But even hitting their own fighter, it still goes there, which does give you quite a bit of information. Looks like we're trying to free this fighter to go after this bomber. Don't quite get the kill on the APC. There might have been a kill with the Neo Tank sacrifice and then full health Neo Tank strike. But no promises there. Yeah, because of the fog. Yeah. The only way you're going to have guaranteed information in fog is for the meteors that are hitting you. The meteors that are hitting your opponent, you won't necessarily know where they're going to hit. Unless you know where all their stuff is, like place development. But things are going very well for Bashir. Way ahead in the unit count right now. Mega tanks are getting really sad. This one's down to 1 ammo. It's like when there's a 1 health mega tank, you can always have like, my 2 health recon hits that and sucks up the last ammo, and then it's just free to smack into it. Okay, we have tons of Neo tanks being invested down here. I really like these mega tanks healing up on the cities. That is definitely a great investment. It'll make it really difficult for Witty to hold this line, provided they're supporting units for them. There goes that mega tank. There's the bomber. Uh-oh, almost everything defending this HQ for Witty is gone. Some captures going on here. Should really see more transport sending infantry for this attack. Neo tanks try and move this back. The anti-air goes after a 1 health fighter, which isn't the juiciest of targets. Again, everything's starting to get kind of clumped up here, which is the clumping up is something I think that happens a lot in Yeah, well, I mean, the death ball strategy is also something that happens a lot in Fog. I guess that's where this mega tank's getting taken out. We have another meteor strike. I don't even know where that's going to hit. I'll hit here. Not quite sure why that meteor strike was used, but that's okay. It still hit the front line, which is really good. Witty was also having a pretty good job at building magnets, although his magnets had to be really expensive because of all the death ball strategies being used. Bashir, look at that, another really good magnet, and it's a lot easier for Bashir to get away with these magnets because everything's not quite so grouped up. I mean, this is still pretty grouped up, but it's been really well done. And Witty just ends up resigning, which I think is pretty fair at this point. I don't see how you can possibly hold on to both of the fronts that are being fought over. The rocket's running low on ammo, yeah. It's down to one shot. There's an APC on its way. So GG. It definitely looked to be in Witty's favor early on in the game. But I think Bashir just had way better power usage, and there was a little bit of an overextension that Witty had over here. And I suspect if Bashir had gone for the neutral base right away, that this would have been probably Bashir the whole game long. There was some misplays, yeah. But GG, well done. I would definitely expect more recons from both players in the future if they're in a Sturm mirror or just playing a Sturm in general. So Deejus has been a very busy guy, a busy bee. So we'll cover the game. And Deejus versus LordFrognaros. I can move this. Go. Two ball dice. Comment. Okay. It's the Deej. Got a Kindle mirror on Intelligent Systems, which is a map I'm not a huge fan of, but we'll see how it goes. Usually this map involves a lot of recons out of this base to harass this area in the early game, and that's exactly what we see coming out from Deejus, and exactly what we see coming out from LordFrognaros. Okay, so they're kind of going with the quote-unquote meta opening for this map. We have LordFrognaros with a little boost with this BlackBoat, which you don't have to do. We'll see if Deejus decides to do any boosts or not. Nope. So the reason you don't have to do it is because the only thing it really does is give you closer to this city in 2 turns, but you can just go 2 turns to get to this harbor, or 1, 2, 3, or get to this city. So it does let you get to this city sooner and maybe this corner sooner, but you do have to step off of your lab to do that. And this is a fairly vulnerable lab. So it can be very dangerous to step off of it. We'll see if... He just has a weird little... here where... Oh no, never mind. Just went for the airport and then gonna go for this. Ooh, did this recon I thought the recon... Oh, the recon doesn't actually see this city, so it is safe to go for. Okay, and we have the tank coming back up here, making sure to guard everything. The aggressive recon from LordFrognaros standing on the comm tower. Okay, we have fairly even income right now. Deejus does go in for the strike on this infantry, which is pretty daring. It's just out of the turn 1 range of this tank, which is nice. It's not quite out of range of this tank. So Deejus was making a bet here that no tank had been built on the previous, or like 2 turns ago, but does get hit by a tank in response. That should give Deejus the information that there hasn't been an extra tank built down here in a while. So these guys attacking down here should be relatively safe. Okay. Both players have their little line of infantry walking along the edge of the map. The recon does run away, and it's interrupted this capture, so it's definitely gotten some value. The recon spots a recon and a tank, which is not usually the kind of thing you want to see. And very boldly here, LordFrognaros goes for both of these captures, which, when someone captures in the danger range of your units, that should give you some information. Either they're trying to bluff you, or they do have defenders for these units. He just decides to clear out that recon. Could have also tried to be really gutsy and ignore the recon and try and go for both of these interrupts. I like killing off the recon though. Denying that vision can often be very strong, and Deejus has all of his vehicles, except for this one recon, all in this area, so there shouldn't be too much fear of getting kind of beat up too much. And the danger, of course, for going for the strikes on these infantry on the cities is if there are vehicles in range, they'll be able to just get really good counterattacks. Whoa. LordFrognaros does charge forward here with this tank. Just going to give Deejus a whole bunch of choices to whether or not to pursue this attack. I would probably keep up the pressure as long as the attack doesn't get any closer than this. Like, this is the range to fight from. Because 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's still 3 turns from both bases, or from this base or from either of these bases to fight here. But if Deejus moves any closer, it'll suddenly be just 2 turns for LordFrognaros, and that'll be a pretty nasty overextension. 5, 6. I guess already if the copters get involved, it's going to be this is fine. I'm fine with that. Going in with this recon strike is probably okay. It's not a huge... It's not like the end of the world if the recon gets taken out, and it's good to see what units are down here. In this case, the recon does spot an artillery. At this point, I would start thinking about falling back for Deejus. I also wouldn't really want to dive in much further for LordFrognaros. Let's go in and kill off the 4 health tank. I think we're going to go for a surround on the recon. Which is fine. kind of it's not like the end of the world for Deejus to get the recon surrounded. It's still getting really good vision and information here, and it wants to hit these infantry anyway. Yeah, the Kindle artillery on the city. I mean, that is if Deejus would need like a few more units in range to deal with this. The recon, like you can go recon plus infantry to clear this, and then get a strike on this artillery on the city, but I wouldn't want to do that unless there was like one more tank available. Okay, so there's a few things going on here. Deejus is attacking into the artillery range, which is pretty gutsy, but also at the same time, this tank had to go past the that little line of overextension, and now it only takes 2 turns for the units to get struck. So now this anti-air can come in and help take out this tank. So this is looking like LordFrognaros is going to win this fight pretty convincingly. But that kind of thing is really hard to spot in the moment. Well, in this case, the copter gets to do the strike instead, and the anti-air gets to remain hidden, which is also pretty scary. Because that does invite Deejus to come in here with the copter to kill this copter, and then the anti-air finishes it off. It's looking nasty, but at this point, Deejus really can't afford to keep fighting here. I think just currently stayed 1 turn a little too late, and yeah, the copter does come in to go for the copter kill. That tank strike is outside of artillery range, which is good, but it is still getting mighty close to the opponent. That Deejus is sending every single vehicle down here, but the problem is that these ones have kind of trickled in. There's a bigger clump of them up here, but if they want to go in for an attack like this and try and break it, they really need to kind of group up and strike together, because there's already an established front over here. So if you're fighting, if you have your reinforcements essentially attacking, and then those reinforcements are in range of your opponent's reinforcements and the units that are already established, then things will just go really bad for you. Neither player has actually used a power yet. Not that there's been a use for one. So now this anti-air does have to be a little bit careful, because it does have to stand next to a city to do this. So ideally, LordFrognaros is going to stand on this city with an infantry. Like so. To make it harder for Deejus to get the kill off on this anti-air, because it's pretty valuable. Really nice recon trade. The corner down here is going to LordFrognaros. Okay, Deejus does use an Urban Blight. Is going to interrupt this capture, as well as let that tank get a kill. Oof. That's not a super scary Urban Blight. So usually if you're using Urban Blight to interrupt captures, you want to do it so that you're set up to deny that capture like permanently. Then you just need to delay it for that 1 turn. And maybe Deejus is kind of doing that. You've got the copter here in range to take out the tank, and then maybe the infantry can come in and stop this capture. Oof. But it's not looking like that's going to happen. So that's going to be really painful for Deejus, because Urban Blight did help kill off this recon, I guess, but now Deejus didn't get much out of using the power, and is just kind of in a situation where he's at a pretty nasty power disadvantage. Doesn't even have the normal power available, or LordFrognaros still has the super. Yeah, and has to let that city go. But is keeping everything collected here. So Deejus definitely has a choice of either completely committing down here and then like grouping up and going for a big attack to try and win this corner back, or going for a front switch. Now, I would probably have leaned towards going for the front switch just because Lord Frognaros' recon that was over here got taken out, so there probably wouldn't be very good information about where Deejus' units are moving. But it kind of looks like Lord Frognaros is currently anticipating a front switch and is moving stuff over here. So the current collection of units here for Deejus is looking nice. Do have an attack on the tank. It barely lives. That would have been pretty nasty because this tank would have come through and hit this artillery. Okay, Lord Frognaros is 2,000 up. Is fallen back. Okay, so this corner might fall to Deejus, which would be really good. That would equalize the economy. You'll see the Lord Frognaros hasn't used a power. He's just holding it prepared to strike at Deejus with it if an opportunity arises. Okay, recon charges in, hits that infantry, and then we have an Urban Blight. Okay, it looks like this Urban Blight's going to be used just to wipe out all of these infantry on this front, which is, I mean, it's not nothing. I mean, there's definitely captures going on here. I don't know how. Ooh, okay, it's being used. They take out the recon, which is nice. And then this recon, I do like this. So Lord Frognaros goes in with this recon, sees the gigantic Deejus army, and then instead of like sending like good units after bad with these guys, just retreats, which is good. So I'm not sold on that Lord Frognaros Urban Blight. It just cleared up these infantry. I don't know if it was actually needed. I think this infantry probably would have lived, but like tank infantry probably could have cleared this city. So it kind of both did a pretty poor Urban Blight in the end. He just does attack in here, starts going for these captures. But it will be mostly a trade. One that's slightly in Deejus' favor because Lord Frognaros had this corner, or had both corners. But Lord Frognaros is also a little better positioned to actually go for these captures. Lash defend them. Okay. You see how far back Lord Frognaros is falling. Just going for some infantry interrupts, making sure to maintain an economic advantage, and really inviting Deejus to like massively overextend in order to get these captures. This is a huge overextension from Deejus. This tank is within base range. To me, that looks like Deejus is just getting desperate. Probably because of the pressure that's happening up here. It's just like, well, I gotta get something done, so I'll just attack. And then Lord Frognaros goes for the Urban Blight. It's a really weird move. So Urban Blight, I'm not quite sure why it's being used. It's probably being used just beforehand because it can. But this Neo tank isn't going to do anything but stand on this city and one-shot this tank, and it doesn't need Urban Blight to do that. But it does need this infantry to stand here to do that. I guess an anti-air is going to stand there instead. It's fine. It looks like it was just Urban Blight mainly for stats. That's pretty nasty. There we still have a lot of coppers. That was like just a tiny commitment from Lord Frognaros, really insisting that Deejus continue to like overextend here. power meter is full, might as well burn it. Well, no. But so when you're using a power, you want it to actually do something. You don't want to use a power just because you have full meter. I mean, it does mean that, I mean, it depends on who you are, obviously. If you're like Olaf or Drake, then you're like, oh, I have full meter, I might as well pop it and just do my guaranteed damage. But if you're someone who has a situational power that benefits a lot based on where your units are attacking from, kind of like Kindle, with her super wanting to have a lot of strikes for her extra firepower, or her Urban Blight wants to have the strikes from the cities, or strikes on units on cities that you just weakened, then it's better to keep your charge until you see an opportunity. It will be like less efficient in how much charge you gain, but if you use your power on a turn where it doesn't matter, and then on the next turn you're presented with an amazing opportunity because your opponent doesn't have to play around it anymore, then you've kind of just done yourself a disservice. So don't be too concerned about wasting the amount of charge you have, unless you're playing one of the global damage COs, in which case they care a lot about their charge efficiency. I'm surprised Deejus didn't use... I guess Deejus doesn't have that many cities here, but could have used the super. I guess it wouldn't have mattered. The only thing it would have mattered is killing this anti-air. I guess killing that tank. And there's not too many cities available anyway. Well, there's also the thing is, every time you use a power, normal power or super power, the cost of your next power goes up by 20%. So you do get punished for spamming. And it can be very unfortunate. Okay, let's look back at how LordFrognaros is attacking here. We take out the copters. The copters are going to be really annoying because the airport's so far away for Deejus. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 turns to get here, and it's just 2 turns for LordFrognaros. So losing those units will be really hard for Deejus to replace. This is already like a really large overextension. That just makes it hurt even more. Now these units get surrounded. Yeah, at this point, it looks like Deejus is just super dead. LordFrognaros is up by 6k. These cities aren't really that close to falling. And Deejus is kind of committed to fighting in this incredibly overextended fight. I imagine this infantry is going to join here, maybe, just to threaten the capture. It doesn't. So LordFrognaros again doesn't have to even use an Urban Blight if he doesn't want to. As you could have used a super there if the attacks would have worked out better. LordFrognaros definitely has quite a bit in the way of cities, so it might have mattered. But yeah, Deejus' army kind of gets cleaned up there. There isn't much in the way left to actually deal with the copters from LordFrognaros, just because of how far away this fight's been taking place. Just did go for a little bit of a investment in the top here to try and take some cities back, but LordFrognaros does have some infantry waiting to interrupt those captures. Now the joint caps are coming in to try and get these cities, but there isn't really anything left to actually defend them against the army. don't think either of these captures go through. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this one. This one might. Depends. If LordFrognaros gets an Urban Blight off, clears this inventory, then the tank can stop it. But it's also not a huge... Also not a huge deal if Deejus gets this capture, because it wouldn't be very difficult for Deejus, or for LordFrognaros to just take it back. You have an inventory almost over there anyway. Okay, yeah, and Deejus just resides there. GG. Well played. It was very patient play from LordFrognaros. Now you have 0 tanks. You have tank. I thought you had still your heavier tanks. So what happened there is there was a little fight happening here that was pretty even, I would say. He just overextended a tiny bit. LordFrognaros was prepared to punish that and then did so pretty hard. And then Deejus just backed up, which is something you would want to do in that situation. You just back up and you get to decide if you want to continue collecting your units together to strike on that front or go for a front switch. Deejus decided to continue just collecting units up. And LordFrognaros didn't quite have the vision for this, so he was anticipating a front switch. But Deejus' attack here is just a little too slow, so it isn't able to catch these units. If Deejus was able to like charge in here and catch these units and LordFrognaros isn't able to back up, then you would just see a complete exchange of these corners. But instead, LordFrognaros is able to slip away, like so, while also winning on this side. And then that kind of forces Deejus to go in for this like all-in attack that super overextends all the way till it's within base range. And that's going to be that's a fight that you just really can't maintain. Oh, the game was also played live. The GG, well played. Ziugy versus Thavidu. Imagine the substance by Thavidu. You have Andy versus Sonia. You see Sonia. Howdy. Lots of fog today indeed. Now, I personally think that Sonia really struggles against Andy. Have I do the comment section MVP. So I would expect Thavidu to be at a really nice advantage here. The reason I find that Sonia struggles against Andy because Andy really likes it when his units live, and Sonia has a hard time guaranteeing a lot of kills just because of her bad luck. Andy also really likes it when his opponents have pretty strong counterattack damage so that he can get that extra reach to get to his super. And that's exactly what Sonia has, so it's very easy for Andy to go for attacks that will retaliate his units down to 5 and give him a ton of charge, and he pops his super and he's really happy. You think the sentence just ends with Sonia really struggles? That's true. But, yeah. Sonia's bad luck is so bad that, without a comm tower at least, on the road you will miss 2-hit KOs. Fluffy, your Sonia would do fine against Andy because your Sonia only rolls well. Okay, so that would do going for a very fast recon is Andy. Which fine. And we have a fast recon for Sonia. So there's some different Sonia, I guess, theory for Fog of War. And one of them is that you shouldn't build early recons, and instead you just jump straight to tanks so that you have a stronger fighting force, and your tanks have a vision range of 4, so they're almost as good as recons in vision. But you can also go for the fast recon for Sonia. I mean, they have a vision range of 6, which is massive. There just isn't quite that much available to see at this stage of the game, and if they go in for an attack and they get taken out by a tank, you're just really sad. But the question mark health. Okay. Recons do spot each other. Actually, no. I don't think this one saw. Yeah, this one did not see this recon. This one saw that. Aha! The Sonia recon vision coming into play. Here we go. We got some more tanks coming out. Very interesting. Usually you would expect more tanks coming out on the 2-base side if you don't have an immediate rush to use tanks. But I guess in response to seeing the recon, it makes sense. You can see what this means for where the infantry are. Like the captures on this side are going to be really hard to pull off if there's any interruptions going on, any harassment, because there's so few infantry available on the 1-base side. It's produced 3 vehicles. Okay. All of these, so many infantries over here. Another artillery gets built. So if Thavidu has any, like, sends anything over here to interrupt, then there'll be nothing that Ziugy can do to go for these captures. These are looking pretty good for Thavidu in that regard. You have a recon seeking forward to allow this tank strike. Beat up this recon. It's not a huge deal for Andy. As long as the recon survives, it can still provide vision. It can still be healed up. It would be a pretty spicy move over here for Thavidu to scout this city out and then interrupt the capture to go for it. So go for this strike. Isn't something that Thavidu ends up doing, but it would definitely have been a very spicy play. Yeah, and it looks like we're just sticking to very heavy tank compositions. Neither player has built a copter yet, although Thavidu does have 7k in the bank, so there must be some sort of plan going on there. You have an anti-air from both players, though. They both anticipate copter. There we go. The first copter from Sonia. Now, both players have pretty good copter play because with Sonia Super, the copters get to strike first against other copters. But with Andy copters, they get to heal, which was definitely better. Both players also have really good bombers. Andy's bombers are really good because anti-air don't one-shot bombers, so they're almost always alive with like 1 or 2 hit points to be then healed up by a super, while also giving him a ton of charge. And Sonia bombers are really good because they get the first strike the anti-airs that try to attack them with when the super's up. Now, if there's a fighter, in which case if there's a fighter, then both COs really cry for their poor bombers. Although I think a Sonia bomber might have a chance to not kill the Andy, or a Sonia fighter might have a chance to not kill the Andy bomber, in which case her bad luck will make her really sad. It's probably not true of the comm tower. Okay, striking. Recon decides to dive in, finish it off. We do kill off the Sonia recon and gonna go for the city capture. Anti-air behind it. We do have quadruple tanks right here waiting for this attack. So Thavidu has got the army really split apart, which might mean that he's just waiting to spot where Sonia's got the majority of the units collected and then strike elsewhere. Which is very clearly going to be up here. Recon. Oh my gosh! So this is Sonia for you. You would stall as Andy here? Yeah, Andy would definitely benefit from the stall. Okay. Does get the kill. I think it's possible if Sonia gets worse luck that both of these attacks would fail to kill. Okay. Sonia infantries do sometimes do 0 damage. It's true. It took 3 infantry to kill a 3 health recon. Sonia with a comm tower does 1-hit KO bombers with a fighter 100% of the time. That is good. Okay, so in this case, Andy's tank survived. Andy's recon survived. Just the infantry died. So this has been pretty decent for Thavidu over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no reach of this copter right now. We might be able to get the kill here if this recon retreats. The tank attacks, it'll die, and then this tank clears, and then anti-air kills off the copter. I don't know if that would really be worth it though. And Thavidu also doesn't agree. We're going to have a little front switch. Try and, or I guess, just move these units over here to meet Sonia's own investments. We do have the medium tank being built. So bulky units are, of course, good for Andy because they're hard to kill. A lot of infantry approaching over here, but they have very limited backup. Great attack in the middle here for Sonia. Well, look how patient this approach is. So many of these guys could have hopped onto the city, but they're like, nah, we'll just make a little wall and slowly inch forward. Now, that will be like fairly safe from being harassed, although a tank could attack here without being put under any pressure. But this does also give Thavidu time to react and protect the city accordingly. We have another interrupt. Kill off that infantry. We might have 2 tanks attack here. We have 1 tank attack. Make a little wall. We have some units. Start moving over here maybe. Okay, just the tank. Copter hits this infantry. There's been a lot of stuff sent forward to maintain the denial of this city. Whoa. Diving in with this recon, spotting what Thavidu has defending. Doesn't see the artillery. Does move tanks into it. Goes for a whole bunch of first strikes. This is very dangerous, because this is moving into this tank's range. Moving into maybe what's in these woods. It's also giving a little bit of charge. And Andy, as I mentioned before, it's has a lot of reach with this super. I do like this coordinated attack though, going for a whole bunch of cities at the same time. Quadruple city capture. But I would be surprised if Thavidu is not able to reach the Andy super and should be able to interrupt all of these captures. I would not have expected the tank to go over here. I guess it's fine. This copter will be able to reach with the super. Tank will be able to reach. You have like these two infantry kill off this one. This guy can interrupt this capture, and you have the artillery strike. You have a tank strike. Yeah, I guess it's fine to send this guy over here. Ooh. My copter did not wait for the super. Which is fine. I mean, you can always have the tank strike and then get some charge off of that, and then or we're just not going to use the super. Whoa. I mean, I do not agree with Thavidu's choice here to not use the super. The healing up these infantry would be really nice for going for these interrupts and not dying. There'd be quite a few attacks here that would be beneficial from the super. This also means that Sonia gets to get the first super off. Not quite sure. So this infantry could have gone up here and interrupted, but it's just gonna stand here instead. I definitely would have used the super as Thavidu here. Because these are not going to be very easy to interrupt on the following turn with counter breakup. You can see how much is spotted. What league am I most into playing? I've been known for Fog of War for sure. That's what I climbed with. Infantry bolts are too scary to harass. The recon. Strike on the anti-air. No follow-up, so that's not a good attack to do. Let's kill off this tank, which is nice. Yep, this. Infantry. Bunch of captures. Join cap. Recon. Take out the infantry. This is looking very good. Ooh. Artillery does go down. Infantry goes down. So Sonia was definitely happy getting the counter break first, or getting the first super. We'll see how Thavidu goes about this turn. Team tank gets a strike off. You have the copper used there. Very painful tank attack. Another very painful tank attack. It is what it is. We're going to probably need something to stand on the HQ. Okay, so the painful tank attacks do get healed up, which is nice. Yeah, okay, copter gets built to try and save the HQ. I'm not sure. I mean, it kind of looks to me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess this tank, this medium tank, can always hit whatever goes here. This is looking mighty dangerous. Looks like Ziugy agrees. Like, oh, can I just take your HQ? Well, falling back over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eight health. Infantry can die. Yeah, I think it might be a roll. The HQ does not get captured this turn. You have a nice attack in here from Thavidu. Maybe that isn't the role if it was on the road. If Ziugy had a power. Although, Thavidu had no idea the HP of this infantry, so was really just hoping it was low enough to be killed. I think if the infantry had gone on to this city and the tank had gone here, then that would have been GG. Do an attack over here. Just wipe out those units. This tank, we can still have a join cap happen here. We can also use counter break potentially. Although at this point, this might be just too many units being used over here that Thavidu could potentially kill off. I mean, Thavidu does need to have 2 things hit this HQ, but it should be doable. But yeah, just medium tank, and then copter. So I think there's a little too much invested there. Thavidu does hold the HQ. Ziugy is still up 4k in income, about to be even more, so it's not the end of the world yet. But it's very painful to lose so many units standing in a wall. We have the chase down. Now we have the hyper upgrade. Bloop. That gets a nice strike. That infantry and capture is starting to go back in Thavidu's favor. Why anti-tank? Rest in peace. You were promised bombers. Yeah, the tank on the road and the infantry on the city wouldn't work. It was very close. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Sonia here. This is definitely an overextension. For kind of minimal gains. But if Sonia just backs off after this attack, then it's fine. There was no punish. If Sonia continues to attack, however, then there will be a major punish. I don't know what Sonia's thinking there. I mean, it is definitely annoying to try and break through the trees, and there wasn't an anti-air built down here, so this copter is actually working as a wall currently. But I'm about to imagine that these tanks are going to get absolutely destroyed. If Thavidu's thinking about it as to whether or not it's a good idea, the answer is yes, it is a good idea. So this is a little bit of a misplay from Thavidu. Because, well, I guess the anti-air might go for this hit. Oh, never mind. Thavidu can't see the HP, or probably isn't keeping track of it. That's okay. So we have the counter break from Sonia, although these units are kind of already super doomed. The medium tank does die, which is good for Sonia. I'm not quite sure why this anti-air ran down here, because out of range of helping kids. there, strike there. Imagine we'll see a copter one. See, this is where the Sonia copters are really nice. The copter versus copter wars, but then the Andy copters are also really nice because they get the heal up. So Sonia's definitely lost a lot of the lead that they got there with all of those city captures that happened. Just from the failed HQ attempt and then the huge overextension that happened. So many big tanks and not one bomber, I know. So Sonia's up this much income because Thavidu somewhat let it happen, but Sonia also had a really patient push that just like hit a whole bunch of cities at the same time. That was really nice. Not sure why these copters are not going after these Sonia copters. There's medium tanks to go after these Neo tanks. Okay. Okay. Attacking in here. Gonna end super well to maintain this fight against the double base. And he doesn't quite have another super ready yet though. There's 2 anti-airs for 2 copters. There we go. Down goes the anti-air. Down goes the recon. And the anti-air assume. Don't know. I guess this was just to try and get some more charge. That tank. Andy's getting really close. Super does spot this whole army up here. Kills off a recon, hits the artillery. Should really start buying some big boy units to defend this HQ again. Maybe even a bomber. Do have the counter break from Sonia. This recon gets to live. Andy's the Andy's do cause Sonia to retreat over here. There is an Andy super available. Going for these captures. Of course, oh, never mind. I was gonna say, when Andy goes for these captures and has the super available, then there's a lot of pressure put on the defender because you can't just tag these. You have to wipe these guys down to 4 or less. I feel like holding on to that super for one more turn probably would have been worth it for Thavidu. I mean, the only thing that happens with that super is the attack on this artillery. See, like this attack would not be enough. You knock it down to 6, but then Andy can just use the super and heal up to full and then complete the capture. Are bombers worth it? Bombers are definitely worth it. I'm not quite sure why Thavidu is being a little tentative about building a bomber in this case. I mean, there's a medium tank attacking. There we go. The airport side, there was only 1 anti-air spotted. Okay. You're diving in over here, definitely not expecting a bomber to get built. And then over here, it looks like Thavidu will just be able to wipe this out. Or wipe this out. Down goes the medium tank. We have the strikes on the tanks. Take out infantry. Anti-air is really overloaded. There's so many copters to attack. Ooh, Thavidu does not go in for the attack here. I probably would have. Well, maybe not. The problem is that this spot, both a medium tank here, but you also want an anti-air here. So it's fine to just retreat and let the... I mean, the Sonia players certainly had no worries about charging forward over here. Okay. Sonia does back off, going back to that more patient play style that we had seen earlier. Thavidu does go for this capture that will finally equalize the economy. Although right now Thavidu is really far ahead in unit value and unit count. Okay, there we go. Economies are now equalized. Thavidu's way ahead in the other respects. Looks like the game might be starting to enter a bit of a stall, but the stall is going to end, like right here, because Thavidu's getting close to the unit cap of 50. So it's time to start making something happen. Otherwise, your opponent will just start catching up at the unit count. Go. Unfortunately for Sonia, a tank had to be used to go for this interrupt. Three fail to get the kill. This guy runs away. Okay. Thavidu keeps this capture, starts going for more captures, kills off this tank, reveals Neo tank and friends. Whoa. Kills off the recon, hits the Neo tank with a bomber. Sonia is so happy about building this fighter last turn. As the one unit that Thavidu didn't want to see. If there was just an anti-air over here, then Thavidu doesn't mind, because the bomber gets hit and it can be healed up. But specifically a fighter can kill this bomber. You have the counter break. The bomber Neo tank retreats. All these captures get cleaned up, although there's very few infantry left for Sonia over here, so the next wave of captures will be very difficult to prevent. And a lot of copters attack. So now the unit, both players can't see the unit values here, but after Sonia's turn, still down 30,000 is a really nasty situation to be in. You have the hyper upgrade here. Didn't heal a ton, but does give extra move. Firepower, so beat up this fighter. Reveal this artillery. Is that a good smack? Off the infantry, start going for more captures. Also start putting a lot of pressure on this HQ. There's still a very large investment down here for Thavidu. So this front switch for Sonia is definitely the right move. It's just going to be whether or not it can show up in time and kind of leave these units out of the fight. Okay, I do like how Sonia's going about this, going for attacks that are just picking off the outliers while moving farther and farther back towards the production. These units really need to charge forward. Thavidu does get these captures. Retreats with the mech. Builds a fighter. Doesn't want to go for potentially a losing HQ cap. Just going to accept economic edge. that Thavidu got out of this, although Thavidu is still really close to the unit cap, so sitting back and doing nothing will not necessarily be a great play. I don't know what that mech's doing. If that mech wanted to go somewhere, it could hop on the APC, and the APC could take it. There is, of course, this pipe seam that we have Sonia has broken, so these two productions can actually, factories can send stuff over here. I thought maybe this mech is coming down here to break this pipe seam, but it could have hopped into the APC and been dropped off to do it. It would also take a really long time. It seems like Thavidu doesn't realize just how far ahead he is, which is something that can definitely happen against Sonia. A lot of information is hidden from you. Then your opponent resigned when you were losing. Oh no. Mechs Mechs hit stuff just like a tank hits stuff. So they're the same. At least when they're using their little bazooka. Ooh, we have the mega tank coming out from Thavidu. We have reached the unit cap. A rocket in place. It does go for an interrupt here. Double strike. Very low chance that Sonia gets this kill with 2 infantry strikes. A single comm tower due to how her luck works. Do have another fighter built. No more bombers, it looks like, from Thavidu. Infantry sacrificed itself on that infantry. I assume that's just because of the unit count or the unit cap. Could have just joined them together, I guess. And now Thavidu has tasked himself with keeping track of this infantry because it's got some chip on it. Still there. Moving around, shuffling the lines. The infantry didn't move. Oh, it's in the darkness though, so Thavidu's gonna have a hard time keeping track of that. Down goes that recon. Nice little attack on this side. Rocket strike. We're gonna have another attack with an infantry. This is just to make unit slots available to build the bigger units. So in this case, Thavidu replaced that infantry with an infantry. And we got a bomber. Okay. Recon does spot quite a bit over here. Neither player has a power right now, so they're both pretty scared. Where did that mech go? It just went for a really long walk over here. Okay. We have an attempt going for this city. Looks like we're going to give up on this one for now. Maybe kill off some of these infantry. Nope. Let them stand there. Mega tank has made it to the front lines. We have another mega tank on its way. Down goes that recon. Somehow Thavidu only had... Oh no, Thavidu still has some recon. I was like, there's no way there's only one recon with this whole army. Okay. So if Thavidu somehow gets the super, which is not impossible when you have 380,000 unit value. If he gets the super, then he can take this city. Easy peasy. We do have a bomber from Sonia. The stare down is real. The cap's already happened, so there's no plan for a massive attack that would get the super. In which case, probably should have joined cap this. Just to really put the pressure on. Mega tank way up here. Oh, okay, the super would still get it. But yeah, Sonia is back into that really patient play. Ooh. Thavidu did attack over here. Does go for a join cap. It's a pretty big army built up on this side. The Mega Tank actually backs up. Down goes the copter. Down goes the tank. 2 tanks will be able to stop the capture. The more units more units had to be invested for Sonia there, which usually means that we're about to have a giant brawl here, just because of how fog fights escalate, as we just saw. First it's infantry fighting infantry, then it's vehicles fighting infantry, and then it's vehicles fighting vehicles. As you can see, we had like an anti-air and some tanks invested. Now Thavidu's invested a medium tank and a bomber. Just gets bigger and bigger. Okay. So it does have the charge for a counter break. You can see the massive line of units. Thavidu almost able to make a wall across the entire screen. Here, capture does stop the city from being captured. Off the medium tank, kills off the bomber. Rest in peace, bombers. The Sonia fighter is always ready. There are Andy fighters as well, so the Sonia bomber isn't nearly as happy as it could be. Okay, so now it's up to Thavidu. Still up 50k even after being attacked. But it's up to Thavidu to make some action happen. Probably should have gone for this infantry strike first. Mega tanks breaking through, killing off the Neo tanks, kills off the fighter. I'm not a huge fan of attacks here on this copter. That's okay. Kill off this recon. Gotta go for this city capture at the same time. Scoot forward. Artillery scoots forward. Bomber is known about, so the fighters are covering everything. Almost everything. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not covering this tank from above, but you wouldn't know that. Ooh. Yeah, bombers aren't the best at taking out mega tanks. You can see why Andy likes these things. Okay, copters. Really unfortunate for Sonia to fail to get the kill on this anti-air. I think I should live that too. There is extra defense for Andy here. What on earth was that infantry doing? Trying to get the luck roll? Don't do that as Sonia. If you infantry, I think it's base 1% against mega tanks, so very often, not very often, but it's not unlikely that you'll do 0 damage. Luck roll. Yeah, tank beats up this medium tank. Down goes the front line for Sonia. At this point, I don't know if there's really... Well, Thavidu, of course, isn't quite aware of how far ahead he is. So he does fall back with quite a few stuff. Quite a few things, but it's over double the unit value. And Sonia just resigns. GG. So Thavidu, I feel like Thavidu kind of threw the game with the delay on using the Andy super, but Sonia kind of threw back with the mess up on the HQ cap and then the huge overextension, like way down here in double base range. And then both players got really patient with each other. And eventually Andy was like, I'm just gonna win because I'm a better CU. And that had a nice approach. We have Rhizomatic on the hills have eyes against Kindle ? Okay. Another fog match for everyone. Another Andy match as well. That should be fun. Fog is best. Okay. Definitely love Andy versus Kindle. I think it's pretty even. If Kindle just focuses on Urban Blight, then I think Andy is going to be really good in that game. But if Kindle has enough cities on the map that High Society can be used, I'm not quite sure what this Kindle opener is. Looks like we're going to go for some of these really forward properties right away. Not even going to go for this harbor at all yet. So when it comes to city skips, this doesn't impact your economy in the long term. As long as those infantry are still going to be capturing the same number of cities, then you will you'll get net even in the long term. In the short term, this is going to hurt a lot because all of the early game economy that you'd be relying on for your first vehicles isn't going to be online yet. But in compensation for that, you'll be able to get more forward cities earlier, which can be good. It's not as good in Fog as it is in Standard because it's really difficult to actually maintain control over these cities. So if you go for this city, for instance, and you rush it, but then your opponent just comes over and takes it and you can't defend it, then you will be really bad off in the economy. Because you could have been capturing cities that you actually be able to keep, rather than ones that you immediately lose. So I am very dubious about this this Kindle opening currently, but we'll see how it goes. Oh my gosh. Still not going for that harbor. I think at this point, this is just going to be a net negative. Because I don't think... Because like this infantry could go back for this harbor to capture it. So now it's going to start being some capture phase cannibalism. Where infantry are taking captures from each other. Especially if the infantry gets dropped off over here, so it's not even in range of capturing this harbor. So at this point, the Kindle player is going to be hurting the economy in the long term, even. We do have Rhizomatic has gone for a little bit of a forward capture as well over here into the middle. Now, these middle ones I think are a lot easier to hold on to, because they have very defensive positions for artillery to stand on. Like this missile platform and this forest. Where this guy, it's got like this city, but the only way you can really resupply this is with this lander. So it's not only is it really hard to resupply or like reinforce this front using the lander, but the units that you drop off over here are kind of stranded on this front versus your opponent, who's going to have the units that can control the center and then strike on either side. And that's just because on this map, the fronts are disconnected due to having to use a lander to get over here. And there not being some backwards route in through the middle. Which is definitely a criticism of the map. I don't think this map is currently in Global League. No, this is an older game. Okay. So now it does get the harbor. It's actually going to get this city, maybe. Which will make it so it isn't quite so bad. Pressure put on Rhizomatic here, going for the central city. From the Kindle player, we'll see if Rhizomatic can do anything about that, but we also have pressure coming on over here that the city might just fall. We'll see there isn't any vehicles backing up Rhizomatic, so he's taking a very cautious approach here. Okay, so this recon is somewhat vulnerable to being sniped from the city. Charges forward, so that's a very daring tank attack. Usually you don't go for these because your opponent might have a tank that can strike your tank from the city. Sad. That's exactly, I think, what we're about to see. Tank comes over, smack, smack, and now the infantry can go for the capture over here and have pretty much no fear of reprisal, just because there's a nice healthy tank in range on a city. We have lots more infantry than the few that have been dropped off to try and hold this front. So if these guys get used to try and save the city, they'll get wiped out and then all of the properties are falling. But you'll see that there'll be there can be a pretty large difference in the economies when this, like, Kindle is able to take this city, but it didn't reduce Rhizomatic's economy when that city was lost, and this will reduce the Kindle player's economy. I'm pretty surprised that Rhizomatic wasn't able to get this city, but it's okay. More infantry get dropped off, and it's going to be pretty hard to the front switch into the defense here. This forest is really annoying, and this is a pretty restrained little pathway your opponent's units can be striking from. Never mind, I guess Rhizomatic will be able to get that city. Down goes that capture, that guy, or that infantry. Down goes the recon. Rhizomatic's so patient with going for the capture, just killing off the units as is. And this is where it's really annoying to front switch through here. The opponent's units are right here looking for vulnerabilities. This is your favorite semi-fog map? What would be my rating? I think there's definitely some fun you can have on this map. I'd probably rate it a 7. The late game is what really lets this map down, because once these fronts collapse, there's just the middle. And it's really difficult to maintain some sort of equilibrium on the fronts, just because of how hard it is to move units around. It's not so much that the center needs rework, it's just you need to have some alternative routing for the units so that you can... Because in Fog of War, you need to be able to move your units between fronts, because you don't know what your opponent is sending where. So you have to have that flexibility. And that's just not something that's present on this map. Like, you can almost do it, but this is a little too close together. But like, you could have a back path through here or something. I think that's something I suggested. Okay. Attacking. Does interrupt this capture, doesn't stop this one. You can see this is a very dangerous attack because all of these units attacked forward, but they're moving in range of Rhizomatic's standing army. You want one base moved to here. That would really... Well, that's something that they don't really want to do, where they have just one base per front, because then the game can super stall. That's why you want to have the 2 base versus 1 base thing, so you have some more ebb and flow to it. Okay, so I imagine Rhizomatic's going to have a really nice attack in here. Let's kill off that infantry. You could also just try and wait. Looks like that's going to be the avenue that Rhizomatic decides to go for. Not charging forward. There was definitely some attacks, but not necessarily like instantly win attacks. What was Rhizomatic's last recon over here? There's one here. Does spot everything trying to shift over. So at this point, if I was Rhizomatic, I would attack in the center, because I just saw a huge army kind of commit itself over here, and I don't have to deal with that. I can just kill all these guys. That's exactly what Rhizomatic's going to do. It's kind of like, what are you going to do? It's so hard. It's so hard to come back. Meg also attacks over here. Okay. What does the Kindle player do? Does take the city up a little bit in the economy. Does go for the comm tower. Gets to take out this recon. So this will definitely put pressure on Rhizomatic to do something, because this front is super dying and there's no way to save it. Usually what that's going to result in is Rhizomatic needs to just like wipe out this front at the same time. We do have the Urban Blight used. I think that's just for the guaranteed kill on this tank. The plus 10 stats. Hit the artillery. But this is going to let Rhizomatic just get the super. So this like attack isn't that great. It does kill off the tank, but to then hit the artillery, hit it to 2, and then it just heals itself up to 7, and it's still pretty happy. Like, this attack is not great when Andy's super is coming, because this is going to heal up to 9. You lose the copter for it. Okay, medium tank is spotted by this little infantry. I imagine we're about to see a pretty big cleanup crew here. A couple of recon get dropped off. Surprised we don't see the Andy super before this attack, because the extra firepower would provide the opportunity to potentially just kill that guy off. He just doesn't want to interrupt that capture. Okay. We have the Andy super. Pretty big heal. The fire on the tank. Attack that artillery. I assume the copter's going to hit this copter, and then the recon will kill it off. Capture. Okay, never mind. Guess this thing can still reach. He's going to leave this copter alone. Going after the anti-air. Okay. Surround the copter. All right. I feel like that super could have hit more things, but I guess that Rhizomatic really wanted to have like this infantry buffer wall to deal with this medium tank. You can see that like Kindle's up 4K, but it doesn't super matter how much money you're ahead when there's a giant brawl happening, because the units you build won't have a huge impact in comparison to how many units are already standing on the field. So it's going to be more, it's going to come down to more what does the economy look like after the brawl is over. That matters rather than during it. The artillery does die. 2 tanks do dive in here to go after this anti-air. It's definitely a little bit of an overextension to do that. Medium tank gets this attack off. In range of a medium tank but doesn't know it. Okay, so I believe this army is going to get picked off pretty handily for Rhizomatic. Infantry is taken out. Capture on the city. Wow! I don't know. I am surprised that this medium tank did not go down here to get that first hit. Or first strike. Does not reach? No, this reaches. I don't know, Rhizomatic's making some questionable attacks. This is fine to like block this guy off, but I feel like the tank should come in here, kill off this guy, and then the copter kill off the copter. Okay. Okay. We used to have the infantry wall in the way of this medium tank, which I think was Rhizomatic's goal. We have the last few captures happening over here. Kindle should know that recon went into that forest. That's a little weird. I think so. That's okay. We have the Urban Blight. This is all being done just so this copter can strike a copter from the city. It does kill it, which is very painful for Andy. But this medium tank does get away. The anti-air still on its way. Copter. Finish it off. After this tank. Finish that guy off. Okay. Recon does interrupt this comm tower attack. Way over here. The center has been kind of given up by Rhizomatic, so we might see the Kindle player just scoop all this up. That does seem to be the plan. Here comes the decision is like, what do you do when you still have units over here? And the front's like collapsing. In this case, this guy's just gonna go hide. We have the BlackBoat built. I assume this is being built just to stand on this harbor to try and deny money. Not necessarily the best play, but we'll see how it works out. And it looks like Rhizomatic is just gonna use the lander over here to either pick up units right here on this shoal from this base to drop off towards the center, or you can try and use it. Is that 2 fuel? Oh, that is a 2 fuel lander. So it needs the BlackBoat to save it. You build a sub. Yeah. A sub is unkillable on a shoal locked harbor. Rhizomatic just lets this capture go. This capture. Kindle does have double comm tower now. That's the kind of interrupt that you don't necessarily want to go for. We do have all of the copters going hide. BlackBoat does save the lander. We'll see. So at this point, if Rhizomatic can get the super, we'll get the city. But you wouldn't use the super just to get a city. In fact, I committed to not doing so. Grouping up over here. Absolutely nothing in range to save this city, so accepting that this will be gone. Ooh. Looks like we have a deep dive to hit this artillery. Pulling him. We have the Urban Blight from Kindle. Kill off that copter, doesn't quite get it. Okay, well at this point, Kindle has had an economic advantage for a really long time. Finally, we have that medium tank attack and medium tank. But sadly, it was no comm towers versus 2 comm towers with a power active. Not really the best trade, but we still get the full heal afterwards. Copter gets that kill. Anti-air comes in. It's going to die to interrupt that, which is very unfortunate. Copter hits Copter. Doesn't get the kill. Anti-air kills Copter. We have another Copter on Copter attack. Some tanks busting on in here. We do have an infantry coming for the interrupt. Just a full all-on attack here for Rhizomatic. Let's see how it works out. We did get the nice hit on this anti-air, which is good. Because now Rhizomatic's just pure copter count will definitely get some work done. I don't think there's a way to stop this comm tower, so the double comm tower advantage is only going to last for this one more turn. But it does get a nice... Kindle player does get a nice hit from the city. Surprised this anti-air wasn't taken. Can't get out of range, so I'm just gonna get picked off. But Kindle is getting a really nice trade in the center here. There goes the medium tank. Anti-air kills the anti-air. Bunch of infantry attacks. We might. Now, there isn't really a good way to interrupt. Oh no, I guess this full health copter could interrupt the city if Rhizomatic wants to do it. Okay, we have the lander standing on the harbor. That's going to take an artillery to dislodge. Not sure of the BlackBoat's over here now. Okay. Alright, the fight in the middle does look like it's going in Rhizomatic's favor now. We only have a medium tank. Literally only a medium tank vehicle-wise on this front. So definitely hoping that Kindle is a little too intimidated to do anything with the copters over here. Might see a copter come in and strike from the city though. Going over here. Fight. With the copters. Okay. That copter. This still looks pretty okay for Rhizomatic, even being down 13 units. Definitely some nice attacks available. Another city to be captured. Tank to be beaten up. Okay, we have the lander delivering units over here. Airport got a little bit delayed over here. Herb Light. I would like to see some more anti-airs being built. See if that happens. Tank does actually manage to interrupt this capture, although it's going to die for it. No more anti-airs. Okay. Tank, recon, infantry. There's a lot of faith being put in this lone anti-air. Tank gets to live unless this tank kind of wraps around in a dangerous way. It does. It is kind of important to kill off the Andy tanks because they do heal up. So I can understand that. It's kind of trading a 6 health tank for a 7 health tank. Okay. The economy is definitely getting closer together, but the Kindle player is still really far ahead in that unit count. Pretty far ahead in unit value. Looks like Rhizomatic is just going to use the infantry to kill off this tank. So, the anti-air. I would expect we might see that, yeah, the kill on that recon. Try and deny the vision. Oh my gosh, this anti-air is so exposed. Build anti-air. No. Okay, well, Rhizomatic could be really sad if the tanks kill this anti-air and then the copters start beating up the other tanks. Looks like it's ignored. Kindle player cannot imagine that as the only anti-air, so that is good news for Rhizomatic. More attacks over here. Rhizomatic's still behind, not nearly as far behind in the unit count, but still behind a decent amount in unit value. Infantry does spot that there's just a lander standing on this harbor forever. Okay. The medium tank doesn't quite reach this medium tank, which does need to heal up. It's had a busy life for sure. Now goes copter. I assume a tank is just going to strike this. Get brought up, and the tank does strike here, and then I assume the artillery is going to move on to, maybe not onto the city, maybe right there. Onto the city, okay. Okay. So it's been a long time, but Rhizomatic is now ending the turn ahead in unit count and unit value, so that's very good news. This Neo tank doesn't really want to dive in too far. There is an artillery guarding the stuff that matters and a medium tank here. We might have Kindle just back up. Yeah. And that's definitely good for Rhizomatic. Looks like we're going to send the lander back. Potentially go for a drop off on this little flank. The BlackBoat went over here to get this airport. Okay, if this city falls, then they will be equal in economy. Looks like we don't have an artillery being sent down here to deal with this lander, so it's successfully blocking this harbor forever, and then Kindle just resigns. Wow. I am very surprised that Kindle resigned there. I mean, the game was definitely starting to stall out, and that's usually where Andy does better. There might not be enough cities that the Kindle Super will be able to do quite enough damage to wipe out Andy. But I am definitely surprised. Kindle was in a very dominating position there. I think if Kindle had just killed off that anti-air, and then came in with the copters, then the middle, like the city probably would have fallen. And Kindle, I would imagine, would be more comfortable staying in the game. I mean, losing the city is definitely a blow, but it just evens the economy. Of course, Kindle doesn't know that there's nothing approaching this thing. So, might have been thinking that the harbor was also going to fall soon. You just submit any game you want to have me talk about, or you want to have seen. I'm not, the only curation is I don't cover any Mangs related games. Other than that, you're good to go. We have Non-tankguy versus Neverlocke. Rhizo clawed that one back. I think Rhizo's engagements were a little questionable to me, but it ended up working out. So. That's good. Size. We have Non-tankguy versus Neverlocke on spring in general. I think Non-tankguy sent this in. It might have been Neverlocke. I'm not sure. Eventually, there'll be more curation rules. I don't know. You can always go on Discord and do a search for if I ever said Lincoln versus Sonia the Superior. Hasn't been submitted. There you go. Okay. We got a Lash mirror on this map, which is pretty rare. I mean, there's some nice tiles to attack from, for sure. But most people, I would imagine, would go Kindle, just because Kindle tends to beat Lash when cities are the primary tile of contention. I mean, the Discord DMs are really easy for me to track. Plus, it's, you know, it's very chill. Ooh, actually got the, this is what we call an LVJD lock. It's just when there's a impassable terrain, usually a pipe, or sometimes a river. And someone builds an artillery on one side and it blocks a city being captured from the other side. I mean, if I do it with like the Google form or email and stuff, then I'm exiting the community a little. I think it's better to be mainly through the Discord. Okay. Neverlocke is going for airport capture. And the nice thing about this infantry just stands here. And the nice thing about this LVJD lock is that when you can break this pipe seam, and then suddenly you've got potentially 3 bases and an airport against a solo base. You don't quite have just artillery move straight into a base lock, but you're getting really close. Tank approaching over here. This is kind of a risky city to go for right away. Definitely looks like Non-tankguy will be able to take this away. We'll see. Block's moving into the center. Entry does step back. The pipe seam has been shot at once. does mean that it could be broken this turn if Non-tankguy wants to go attack and then tank attack from the airport, or it could just attack and build a copter, and the next turn can break it. Have the copter swing forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't quite reach. If you do it with a bomber, the bomber will reach in one turn, which can be very intimidating for that poor base. Non-tankguy does not have the money currently to build a bomber, so no worries. Did decide to break the pipe seam. That does mean that there's no copter threat currently. We have a much more delayed artillery built over here. You can see how much pressure this immediately puts on this base, and yeah, it has to start building stuff. It's gonna have to build anti-airs really soon. Non-tankguy could actually have got if Non-tankguy had just like not built this tank and instead built an infantry, could have actually threatened to build a bomber next turn, and that would like checkmate this base already, because it would have double tanks approaching it with an artillery, and it would be forced to build an anti-air to prepare itself for the incoming bomber. So split bases in fog, yeah, it doesn't work nearly as well, because you can't. In these situations, you get to build in anticipation of what your because you see what your opponent's building. In Fog of War, you don't get to do that, so you can just kind of lose your bases. It's rough. There's probably a way to do it in semi-fog, though. You can't see the aggression coming in Fog of War. Kind of like I was talking about on the previous map, you need to have that flexibility to move your units around in reaction to what your opponent's doing, and that's definitely not something you do in a mixed base situation. There's no easy front shifting paths. So we do have the money set up to go for a bomber next turn. This Neotank is probably the wrong choice, but we might have an anti-air come from another base to try and save this. Or just maybe pressure elsewhere that has to be responded to. See, at least I'm assuming a bomber is going to get built. There it is. Okay. So now you're becomes a very uncomfortable situation. If you build an anti-air, the bomber just comes over and hits your anti-air. We do have some nice attacks going in over here. Huge attack over here too. I don't know if this will end up getting anything done. Ooh, okay, I like this. This works. Okay, so the BlackBoat blocks here, and then the infantry blocks on the mountain. I imagine? No. Okay. Well, we'll see how this plays out. The attack over here is a little bit of a stalemate. I mean, there's an artillery on the way. Neither player's broken this pipe seam, which makes it very difficult, or much more difficult for this base to be asserting control over here. Probably would have wanted to have the bomber hit that first, just so the tank lives. That's a pretty big, not a huge misplay, but a bit of a misplay. The artillery should really move to here, so it's locking the base. Now it's not locking the base, and it can build more anti-airs. Double artillery built over here. Might have some money saved up for a potential second bomber. I imagine this city's going to be falling soon. I see. If the artillery was here, then you'd have artillery shot, bomber shot, and this is just forever locked. I don't know if this will kill. And I don't think double. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think double artillery kills this. And Lash arenas don't get the tile bonus. That would have been very nice. I don't know. I imagine there's a sad Lash. There's an angry Lash emoji in the Discord. I could bring over some Discord emojis into the YouTube, but I can only do that if people wanted to sign up for the YouTube membership in order to use them. I haven't gone through that path. If people are interested in that, I can set that up. Maybe make it like $1 or something. Train tactics to guarantee that kill. And we have tank. Bomber strikes from here. Infantry decides to stand here. I mean, we have to build another bomber to make this work. This Neo tank can just take out this tank. Just a copter. Medium tank. A little scared of the attack coming over here, I guess. Understandable. I mean, well, I guess that's true. The Neo tank does block the base, so an anti-air can't be built. So there's no rush. We have another BlackBoat built, which is very cute. City did fall, so Neverlocke is now up by 1k. Bomber does hit the Neo tank, and we have the double shot. A BlackBoat. Off by the copter. There's definitely a little breakthrough over here. I don't know if it's super worth it. Copter built over here. A little bit of an attack going on over here. It looks like Non-tankguy is doing pretty decent. We are about to have a super from Neverlocke. Just gonna let. I mean, it doesn't really help that much there, but some more attacks happen. Anti-air. Yeah, I think another bomber had to be. Well, I guess with the super, you can't really stop this anyway using bombers. Ooh, we have an artillery lock from across the mountain range, which is pretty nice. That was a very good turn for Neverlocke. Non-tankguy does take out that infantry. There we go. Now we have an artillery position over the for the base. Medium tank does get to take out an artillery. It's gonna get shot for it. Unfortunate. Make a little wall. Bomber is like, I'm getting out of here. Just out of range of this anti-air. There is an anti-air over here though, so it doesn't have a great escape to go for. Well, thank you. Thank you, Just Brian. All the emojis. Okay, I'll do the emoji stuff. Okay. Medium tank. Beat up a tiny bit. This is a pretty hard little choke point to break through because the airport and the base are right here. That seems to be going pretty decently so far. The tank goes for a strike over there. Do just kill off a copter. That's a little dangerous to go for. Okay, so medium tank gets hit. I like this little block that Neverlocke goes for. So does Dekubird. Dekubird's also a very big fan of it. One more Q. If I deal 25% damage and they heal it, if they're like repairing on a city, then they go back to 95%. Cities heal up to 20% and they charge you for every 10% they heal. Alright. Yeah. And they only heal in increments of 10%. Okay, so we have artillery shot, bomber, and copter, so this should break. We got prime tactics for it as well. So this base is going to be super sad. In fact, it's super dead now. I like it. That was very good blocking from Neverlocke, but with the super non-tankguy able to break through here. I'll notice that non-tankguy is using quite a few tanks. Tank does back off. Artillery is going to be still really happy. But this base is super toast for Neverlocke, which is not a good sign. Neverlocke kind of has to get something done elsewhere. Oh, okay. That is a battleship. Now, it's a very gutsy battleship because there is artillery, bomber, and battlecopter here, but we do have an anti-air to try and avenge its potential death. The battleship will be able to delay this capture. Okay, looks like the bomber's like, I'm not going to go and finish off the battleship. I'll just go here. And this is kind of annoying for Neverlocke because the battleship would probably like to fire on something. But if it does that, it can't move and let the anti-air kill off this copter. Copper's going to be in range of attacking that. Then we have another artillery that comes over. This is looking like this base is just going to fall, and I don't know what Neverlocke can do about it. Nice sacrifice over here. Tank picks off a tank. We have a breakthrough. I mean, Neverlocke can just try and take both labs. That would be a way to win. For sure. Although it doesn't look like there's so much of an effort going into that one. But yeah, at this point, I think Non-tankguy kind of has this. The copters can even come down here at this point. You have this base. It looks super dead. Copter does come down here to help fight. Tank strike over here. This Neo tank has been doing a lot of work. I'll give it to it. But it looks like the game is over. We could have another battleship, but I don't think it's going to do anything. Although the artillery is out of ammo. And Neverlocke resigns. GG. There's some very good plays there. I think both players really would have benefited from breaking this pipe seam so they could attack this base better. You can see how effective breaking this pipe seam was and streamlining the attack over here. Maybe less tank guy was taken. GG. Well played. Okay, we have... I don't know why Rip always gets... Rip versus Talose. Guided by blood. With this map. Double max. Base. Right. Left. This game is a certified banger. Alright. We'll see how the two players decide to go about this. They're both playing max. So far. Oh, we have a fast Neo tank from Rip down here. What I kind of like is to put pressure on this one base, which Talose agrees to accept and builds a Neo tank in response. The anti-air follow-up over here. Still nothing but infantry elsewhere. There's a single tank from Talose over here that Rip did not respond to. Double tank. Okay, this Neo tank looks like it's going to try to put pressure on this one base. There's a Neo tank in response. There's now a tank in response to this tank. Anti-air was built over here. There was a tank that responded to that, and then the anti-air was like, yeah, fine, I'll go more towards the middle. This Neo tank is also going to start moving towards this one base rather than trying to just run against this Neo tank that it kind of prompted. Okay. We have Neo tanks kind of staring at other Neo tanks. Capture can't really happen as is. Needs another friend. He's going to use a copter for it. I think we just have a medium tank built here. Medium tank and Neo tank. I mean, Talose should probably smack this. The forest. For the economic edge. Let's see what he does. He does indeed. Knock it down to 3. Here in response to this little bit of aggression. There's going to be a copter built. Likely, if the copter had already been built, he wouldn't do this because the copter plus tank just killed the tank. Ooh. Okay. The Neo tank goes for the kill on this tank. Does invite this Neo tank to get the first strike. Now there's a medium tank guarding the Neo tank. Try and get little edge there, and the infantry is here in order to stop the copter from inviting attack. I like it. But the anti-air is here to guard against it. We have a little first strike with the tank. Some distant walls here, so the Neo tank can't get to this one because this infantry's in the way, and the mountain's in the way. Okay. Little wall to stop this interrupt. Copter built. 2 little strikes over here. This Neo tank's now backing up. There's no more Neo tank over here, so we can try and prompt a build if it so desires. And then it comes down to whether or not Talose wants to get into this kind of situation. It's not the worst thing for Talose to get into, because this lone base that would be supplying this army is kind of being stretched thin because there's an attack coming from here, and then also an attack that could be coming from here. but it would definitely be very painful initially. Yeah, if you lose 1 HQ, you lose. We're just kind of jostling for position for the most part. A little bit of front switching, a little bit of the cities being captured. Talose is really far ahead in the economy currently. Not really far ahead, but he was ahead. We'll see how this goes. Lots of trying to prompt buys, it looks like, and then collect units together. Both of these properties being successfully denied currently by Talose in comparison to these two, which Talose has one of, but then Rip has this city and Talose doesn't have this one yet. Ooh. Talose does get the double comm tower first. Although I don't see anything that Talose can currently do to leverage that extra firepower. Ooh. Okay, Talose is going for this city. Has quite a bit of backup for it. Whoa. Talose did not go for this capture. Okay. Didn't want to start that fight with this army currently. I'm scooting around over here. Looks like Rip wants to attack down here. This capture. This capture just kind of happens. Wow, okay. Well, that's really good for Talose. Surprised the infantry wasn't used to delay this. Usually that means that Rip saw no way to kind of continue the delay on the following turns. So the infantry would only really stop for a single turn. And Talose was like, well, if you let me have this city, he's just gonna let me have this city? Talose has completely given up on this one so far. Okay, Rip is like, I'll take this city in compensation. Also start threatening this one. The infantry does actually interrupt here. Doesn't just let that one go. Although this city is now under some serious threat. Very peaceful over here on this front. Oops. Backing up towards the little river and drawbridge, the moat surrounding this base. You have the fighter built. The Talose kill over here. Struck another one. Take out this infantry. Goes for this capture, and now there's no healthy infantry in range to interrupt this, so it has to be a vehicle that's used. Unless Rip is willing to let the city go, which might be the case. Okay, a little attack over here. Anti-air does have a range even without a power. Okay, you gotta make sure that the fighter is out of range of the anti-airs with the super, and it just barely is. Very good. We have a front switch away from this nasty little corner. Try and take the cities. Now there's a big difference in these two corners between the players, and that's that Talose still has a lot of healthy infantry, so those can be used to go for captures if the army switches away. There's very few healthy infantries for Rip up here, so if Talose just leaves this front, there won't be much that Rip can do to like threaten properties. but that's not true when Rip leaves. Or Talose. There we go. So Talose just starts ditching over here, like whatever. I'll keep capturing here. You want to send your tank forward or your copter, your bomber, power. That'll get you. But one of these cities does go through for Rip, which is good. This one doesn't, but it does have a 9 capturing a 1, so it's a lot of pressure. Ooh. And then Rip just front switches back. Okay. Does decide to go in for the cleanup over there. It does kind of come down to Talose now. Does Talose want to continue with this somewhat of a sandwich play over here, or does Talose just want to go back, trying to contain this corner? We have the mega tank built. Looks like we're going more for the sandwich play. The Neo tank is of course vulnerable to the bomber, but there's plenty of anti-airs here. Get the kill. And there's no fighter for Rip over here, so the central area is completely exposed to air units hanging around. Bomber does go in. Medium tank goes in. This does mean that both players are basically going to have their super available. I mean, Talose will for sure. Rip would have to do a few more engagements. Okay, so this does pretty much offer the first super up to Talose, and it would be a first super that like heavily overcharges Rip. So it's pretty hard to give that up. It's even a super, well, it's not very easy for this fighter to make it to this bomber. But in theory, ooh, I like it. So this is something that Rip could have prevented by just having the BlackBoats blocking further back. But very nicely, Talose is able to break through and kill off the bomber that way. Break through here, take out that Neo tank. There's no anti-air in range. Oh, there is an anti-air range of killing this bomber. Never mind. Right, +2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. That's with the +2 already involved. This bomber is not in range. Or it is out of range, it's not in range. Infantry to block the forest as well, yeah. Okay, well that was a really nice super by Talose. A lot of Rip's army is over here with no targets whatsoever. But we'll see how many kills you can get in retaliation over here. A lot does come down to wiping out your opponent's anti-air so that your own bombers are kind of uncontested. Although Talose has a fighter over here, so the bomber is always going to be really sad. Rip does get this city. Ooh. Rip finds a nice contain on this base. That's very cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No current anti-air to save it. The big problem that Rip's running into is that there aren't enough infantry around to go for all of these captures that are just kind of available now. We have a join, a strike and then join. Okay. I don't understand this strike and then join. I guess it's to maintain the threat of this infantry going for a capture. But I don't think this bomber, like this bomber loves to move here and just kill off this infantry. Talose needed a missile. You're right. You build a missile here and you save the day. I'm saying, the max missile. It does it. It does it. Should have learned from my game. Okay, Mega Tank kills Neo Tank. The max force from Talose. You can see in high funds you can get your power so fast. Our BlackBoat goes down. Anti gets struck. Take out the copters. Might see anti-air to kill off this copter. The fighter is for sure just gonna kill him. Die. This is a very scary attack on Rip's HQ. As you can see, multiple infantry already in range. So while this base lock is very cute, losing this base is a lot worse than losing this base. And there's anti-airs locking down this airport, so I'm not quite sure what Rip can do here to stay alive. There's about to be a quadruple HQ cap, which is something I've never seen. Look at that. Rip stops the quadruple HQ cap by killing off that infantry. Kill off anti-air, who also stops that HQ cap. And lock the anti-air in here. Just leave that base alone. Gotta go save the HQs. You have the copter built. I'm not quite sure why the copter got built, because it's just gonna die. Okay, so Talose can only have a triple HQ cap. Denied the quadruple. The BlackBoat can die just. Talose deleting units so that there can't be charge gained by Rip on the following turn. Units. I don't know if he's going for the suit. Looks like he's going for a super. Or no, he's just getting the units killed off so that they don't give Rip power next turn. But does also go for the super. Kill off the fighter. So right now, Talose doesn't even go for the triple cap. Just wants to make it so there's nothing that can clear this copter. Goes for a pipe runner, double pipe runner. Rip does have some sacrifices in order to get to the charge, so a lot of those deletes. Yes. Didn't super matter. Unless I mean, is it just not the super? No, the super should be possible, right? Does the super not kill the copter? It should kill the copter. No? Back blast. Kill the copter. infantry. Pipe runner response. Talose with the miscalc? Oh no. Well, you see, that's why you double check your math. Ooh, fails to kill the pipe runner and then resigns. GG. Amazing end. That was fun. Yeah, I think Talose had a 1 game. Maybe not, though. It looked 1 before he sacked everything. But GG, well played, Rip. Just delete the mega tank. Oh, right here, so it doesn't kill. Yeah. When deleting the mega tank would definitely have made it very hard for Rip to get the super. But you see, Talose. I see. Talose needed the super himself in order to get this kill. So he needed the... Because if you just have a 7 health fighter alive, it can just go over here and clear off the copters. So he needed the mega tank charge that he gets from this killing the Neo tank in order to get to the super. Yeah. You tried to block with the fighter. Yeah, yeah. I mean, blocking with the fighter would be very good. Instead of having a sacrifice. That's only if he can... He doesn't need to sacrifice it for the charge. But GG. You have a comm tower question? Go for it. Okay, we got fluhfie versus Operation Mechstorm. Left. Hawke versus Von Bolt on a map I don't recognize. It's your game now. This is a live game. Good to know. Comm tower stack. Right? Are there other important comm tower damage matchups beyond the first tower? Yeah. So a comm tower just gives you plus 10% firepower. So it stacks with all other firepower increases. And there's lots of damage thresholds that are really important. The biggest one is definitely the 20% firepower. Because if you have plus 20% firepower, then you are guaranteed to get 2-hit KOs on cities with same type attack, or same type attack bonus. No, not with stab, with the same type of units, provided they're in the category of being a tank or an infantry or medium tanks or neo tanks, that kind of thing. But like anti-airs wouldn't have it, the recons don't have it. If they do 55% damage to each other baseline, then they're guaranteed to get the kills. If you have just 10%, if you just have a normal, just one comm tower and nothing else, then you have about a third of a chance to get the kill on the city. But there's other things like that. Let's see if I can find the little infographic someone made. I don't even know if it's still strategy. Well, someone had a little infographic that had a lot of matchups. I'm not seeing it in the strategy channel. If it was ever there. What type is a tank? Yeah. But you can check it with the damage calculator. I think it's like is it like plus 80%? And you can one shot on. No, it doesn't take 80% for one shot. But there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Comm towers follow Pokemon rules, apparently, yeah. I don't know where the little infographic is. I know it wasn't completely accurate. I don't know if someone else can. Checking the. I knew it was pinned at one point. But checking the pins on the different competitive Discord channels, and I'm not seeing it. Oh, hey. It was linked to me. Very thank you, Steeler. I can bring this on over for you. It was 170% for a tank to one shot an infantry in the woods. So 100%. You've got 2 infantry can kill an infantry on the plains. 2 tanks can kill a tank on the plains. They have infantry versus infantry and tank versus tank have the exact same damage matrix. And 100% anti-air can one-shot infantry on the road. Double copter can kill an artillery in the woods. So when you have 110%, so this is just a comm tower bonus. Now you can kill infantry in woods with 2 infantry. You can go tank plus infantry to guarantee. These are guaranteed kills. Tank plus infantry to guaranteed kill a tank, infantry on the city. Tank, kill the tank on the woods. Same as the infantry, of course. Anti-air can now one-shot infantry on plains. Copters can now 2-shot artillery. Start can explain why max is scary. Yeah. So when you're at 120%, this is the big threshold, because now you can get these tanks killing tanks guaranteed on cities with just 2 sides available, and the infantry is clearing infantry with 2 sides available. And the anti-air can kill the infantry on the forest guaranteed. And the artillery can one-shot infantry on the road. Apparently there's only one important thing that they wanted to mention at 130%, but I think there's more than just this. This will one-shot here. There's also the importance that 130% means that your vehicles will knock infantry down to 3 or less on cities pretty, I don't know if guaranteed, but fairly often, and that's really important, or at least recons. I think tanks will guarantee, but that's important with Grim versus Sammy for interrupting her captures. There's some nice things here. At 150% attack, copter will one-shot a copter. So on and so forth. So this is pretty good. Need to print this out. That's good. Yeah, battlecopters do the same. Well, I can show this to you as well. So this is the holy grail, the damage chart for all of the units in Advanced Wars by Web. You've got the units on the left hitting the units on the top, and if you go down this diagonal, this is going to be all the same type of unit hitting the same type of unit. So infantry versus infantry, 55%. Mech versus mech, 55%. Recon versus recon, 35%. APCs can't hit APCs. Artillery's hit artillery at 75. We have another 55. That's going to be tank versus tank. Anti-airs are 45. Missiles can't shoot each other. Rockets absolutely dominate each other. Medium tanks hit each other, much like infantry hit each other. Pipe runners dominate each other. Neo tanks hit each other, just like infantry hit each other. Mega tanks hit each other at the same rate that copters hit each other. T-copters don't hit each other. Fighters hit each other, just like infantry hit each other. Bombers can't hit each other. Stealths hit each other, just like infantry hit each other. So you can see all of the 55-55. It's a very common number. The same thing happens over here with subs. So all of those 20% thresholds, they matter a lot. If a Neo-tank's on a city, then when you have 20% firepower, 2 Neo-tanks can clear that guy off. Did it lag? Fine, okay. This is just one of the sacred charts on Advanced Wars by Web. You can see the infantry's base attack against vehicles is really sad. But it's 7 against a copter, so it's pretty likely that they luck roll and take a hit point off. You can see the mega tanks damage numbers are absolutely massive, and that's why Sturm mega tanks are oftentimes really happy, because when you do 180% base to tanks, you don't really care if you have minus 20% on that. You're still going to one-shot them. 195% on the artillery, 195% on the recon, and so on and so forth. Only 115% against the Neo tank, so it doesn't matter if you have too much of a minus there. Yeah, the missile, kablam! If it can hit it, it can kill it. Anyway. We can get back to the fluffy game here. We have Hawke versus Von Bolt in a standard matchup. I'm surprised that we're seeing Fluffy not playing Sonia. Just because you're against Von Bolt? A little bit of cowardice coming up from Fluffy here, but that's okay. We do have a tank from Operation Mechstorm. No mechs from Operation Mechstorm. These guys are just not doing their tropes. We have an artillery cycling around back for Fluffy here. And then another artillery. Okay. You have tank first from Operation Mechstorm versus double artillery opening from Fluffy, and then Operation Mechstorm goes for a copter. Still no mechs. Artillery is blocking, or it's covering this capture of the comm tower. It's a pretty early capture of the comm tower, but I guess there isn't really any capture to go for. We do have anti-air. Fluffy is going for like a no tank challenge currently, but has nice little blocks to have the artillery just cover all these captures. This tank is not in range of going after this artillery. We have another artillery built and a copter of Fluffy's own. Operation Mechstorm storming up here with infantry. The copter and artillery are hanging out together pretty nicely over here. And Fluffy's ending the turn behind an economy, which is not something you'd like to see, but is up a comm tower, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, so the big difference right now economically is that Operation Mechstorm has this city, but fluhfie does not. Now that's a pretty large investment from fluhfie, so I don't know if these infantry really want to get involved in trying to stop this capture, but they might. Operation Mechstorm is diving in here. We do have a tank that came out from fluhfie. Couldn't resist forever. You have the copter blocking this city capture though. This is a pretty daring attack from Operation Mechstorm. This is inviting a tank first strike and a lot of infantry to back it up. So we'll see how it plays out. This is a live game. Operation Mechstorm is known for doing a lot of move planning, so probably didn't move plan this. Okay, goes for this capture. The tank did not decide to get involved here. We have double tank built. Artillery does move over here. This is a lot of pretty vulnerable cities. I think this is a guaranteed capture on the comm tower if Operation Mechstorm wants to. But looks like Operation Mechstorm just wants to try and go for the lab. Is going for the capture. Okay, but fluhfie also has a pretty clear shot at going for this lab, so this looks like it might just turn into a lab race. In which case, I would give the advantage probably to fluhfie because there's going to be a lot of fighting that will let fluhfie get a power off, and that will damage all of the infantry on Operation Mechstorm and slow down all of the approaches on the labs. Now, what Operation Mechstorm could do, and probably should do, is ditch this attack on this lab and just accept the economic gains and be like, well, I'm up 6k, why would I want to go for a lab rush? And instead just move everything down here and try and save this lab. But I guess it might be just too late for that already. So fluhfie really would have liked to use the normal power before going for this capture, so the capture would be happening with a full health infantry. Go back here. Yeah, I mean, fluhfie can just attack in here with like anti-air and go for attacks up here, get the normal power, pop it, and then go for the lab cap and do the exact same move. And I don't think there's anything Operation Mechstorm could do to save the lab. But because this is being captured with a 9 health instead, this gives Operation Mechstorm a whole nother turn to potentially survive. Oh, never mind. The artillery just one-shots this. Although it wouldn't one-shot that if the power was activated, because this would be down to 9 and there'd be a defense boost. That's okay. We do break through here for Operation Mechstorm. Does start capturing this. As is, fluhfie is still going to have the advantage on the race because this can be join capped. This will not go down to 9 and then cap. And we're still going to have the AoE damage done to interrupt this capture, as well as an artillery shot and a copter shot as well. So this lab can be interrupted by quite a bit. Okay, there does go for the hit on artillery. Feel like you don't really want to be using the vehicles over here, but that's okay. You got the Black Storm. I guess using them over here does make some sense. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because it does make it harder for the Von Bolt super to hit you. A bunch of infantry to stand in the way. Okay. I think the Von Bolt super hits over here, guaranteed. It would be a horrible, horrible accident if it hits over here. And Operation Mechstorm has resigned. GG. So, yeah. The Hawke super, definitely, Hawke power in general, just way better for these kind of races than Von Bolts. And I think Operation Mechstorm could have won this. Just had to start moving down here like a little earlier once these captures were already secure, rather than engaging into the lab race. GG. And of course, fluhfie could have won that slightly earlier, but this was a live game, so they wouldn't really have those calculations necessarily so precise. But well played. Little typo here. Achesst is playing Olaf. Achesst is playing. Who is Olaf exactly? Okay. Another fog game. Banjoey is already the penguin, so achesst gets to be the comet. We have Olaf versus Eagle, a very classic matchup that we see a lot in Fog for Tier 2. Operation Mechstorm did consider saving the lab, but thought the lab race would be more exciting. Operation Mechstorm has not played enough lab races. I would put apples on the walls of my Advanced Wars by Web Classroom. I actually have a rock that was given to me for when I eventually have my own teaching desk, and it's a very silly rock. It's just says it's etched into it. Nothing is etched in stone. So I do have something to decorate a future classroom. It is very cute. Okay. So we'll see how they decide to go about the space here. You can use the BlackBoat for quite a while, but eventually you're going to want to clear the pipe. At least I think so. To allow some more exits here. Looks like it just wants to do it with an artillery from here, which is totally fine. It does mean that it kind of locks this base down during this process because the artillery has to move here and it takes 3 turns. I would prefer it over here so it can move out to the more central area and fire from here while still leaving some breathing room for the base. Oh lad, command for the blue moon. Yeah. Ooh, okay. I think Banjoey's gonna use an artillery from here. That also works. I would prefer, in Banjoey's case, I would prefer the artillery here because you want an infantry here because you're gonna build a transport copter, and that will let you boost on buy of the transport copter to here, which lets you go for that property. We'll see if achesst goes for it. Transfercopter. Boost. It's fine because the base skip here, the infantry wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Nice little boost. Artillery does get into position to break the pipe seam. We have a transfercopter built over here instead of over here. Okay. Pipe seam being broken down. We'll see what gets bought here. It's just an infantry. Sounds good. Lots of infantry loading into transports. The pipe will get broken next turn. A little weird to build the mech now because this transport just got loaded into, so the mech will be a little stranded. You have recons facing off with each other over here. The transport gets dropped off over here. Neither player has anything dropped off in this area yet. I would have preferred something had been dropped off here rather than both over here. I think that would be better if this transport copter could have picked off this infantry dropped off. One infantry can deal with these captures and another one could be dropped off down here, but that's okay. Ooh, we have recon violence. So the reason why these, as we saw in that damage matrix, recons hit each other for, I believe it's 35%. So very little change happens with their health values, which is why you have these very low fluctuations. Hit you for 3, you hit me for 2, even though I'm on a city and I first strike you. But if it's like tanks, it's like 5-8. I like the use of the BlackBoat to repair recon. What with Sonia recons? They'll probably go even or even... Yeah, probably about even. Potentially even worse for the one on the city. Depends on how lucky they get. Okay, so now we have the drop-offs over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The BlackBoat will barely be able to make it back here. If this recon is a punk and stands here for 2 turns, then that BlackBoat will not be able to make it back to the harbor. It'd be very, very sad. Mech is a little stranded. Definitely some congestion over here, a little traffic jam. Infantry? I imagine this tank's going to strike in here because there's nothing shown. Oh, it doesn't. Just moved a little bit forward. The recon doesn't even go for this attack either. Well, that's pretty lucky for Banjoey. Yeah. Away with this 1 fuel. The copter wasn't in range. I'm surprised. I mean, the recon saw what the army was looking like. That's okay. Banjoey has no reciprocal fear. Dives right in here. Does have the artillery coverage, which is really nice, and the tank from below. Wow, okay. The tank does dive in. Killing that recon. Is diving into artillery range. This is going to be a really sad recon. It hits the artillery and sees another tank in the background. So this is going to be a rough turn for achesst. We probably should have just killed this tree off. The tank recon. Strike. Tank. In. Recon. Infantry. Artillery plus copter shot. That's pretty decent. Pretty much all of achesst's attacking forces just got wiped out there. Now, achesst does have the nice little move of just taking a single step forward with this BlackBoat and making it really annoying to break into this area. start retreating with these infantry, which is good. Back there. Kill off there. I don't know about having these infantry fighting here. I think I would prefer going for the capture and blocking so the vehicles show up. Okay. Let's kill off that anti-air. Copter on the way. There are anti-air from achesst still flowing in this direction, so it's not going to be like a huge weakness on this front. The future development. But Banjoey is ahead by a lot in the unit count right now. Captures do end up happening. Banjoey decided to just back up over here. That's very good news for achesst. And the vehicles are starting here. So the fronts are starting to establish. Ooh, we have a capture going on for this harbor. BlackBoat's going into one of those key spots that's really good at blocking. Just these corners. I think that harbor is going to fall. Now, now we did see a game. Oh, anti-air decided to dive forward to try and save it. I think that's probably a mistake. We'll see. I mean, there are some nice blockers that BlackBoat's being used nicely as well. We did see a previous game on this map where someone built subs in these harbors, which isn't to make sure they never fall, but that's a very expensive investment. Tanks come in, they do kill off anti-air, and then the copters dive in. This looks like a pretty nasty situation. Chest. Banjoey doing well. There is a Winter Fury. See the huge difference in the amount of charge that's been generated. Tank. Back to BlackBoat. Barely doesn't have the charge yet. Huge dive forward with this T-copter and infantry. There's the Winter Fury. Does some good damage. We'll see how Eagle reacts. I don't think Eagle is actually going to be able to reach a lightning strike on this turn. So it could be that these units kind of get stranded and end up in getting taken out just because of the snow. Oh, Banjoey's going for the lightning strike though. Just charging straight forward with a bunch of units. It does look like it's actually going to get it. Copter can hit the tank maybe. Oh. Still needs quite a bit. Oh. Very close. Needs 850. Has infantry strikes over here. Is going to be able to get it. Yeah. We do have the super for Eagle. You don't even have to go super negative to do it. Why doesn't he kill the tank with the mech? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess... Well, I think it's because he wants to have the artillery kill it. They can't move very well in the snow. Lightning strike. Copter swing. Recon. How about scooting forward all the copters? Tank does get taken out. Over here looks pretty good for the lightning strike. There's still, yeah, there's triple tank down here. This is looking very nice. Banjoey. Okay. Come in here, get the stop at the harbor. More. Goes the copter. Take out the BlackBoat if possible. Little strikes over here. Kill off a bunch of infantry. Drop off infantry on the harbor. Very bold. Fall back otherwise, which makes dropping off over here a little weird. Okay. Economy is now even. You have 2 units hop into the BlackBoat and get away. BlackBoat not looking quite so fortunate. Okay, so the economies are even. It's just that Banjoey is way ahead in the unit count currently. But not really ahead in unit value. So, I mean, the game's still working. The Eagle Super didn't just straight up win the game, which can sometimes happen. Pretty big copter build up here. I would imagine we got triple anti-air. I'd imagine some more anti-airs are going to be coming our way. Currently, we just built a bunch of tanks, though. Ooh. Banjoey is attacking pretty far in here. Fortunately for achesst, this is the front that has more investment in it. So should be able to punish this pretty decently. Here comes the anti-airs. Neo-tank. Copter. Artillery. Tank. Nice. Kill off the copter. A nice anti-air strike from the city on anti-air. Very nice punish. Chest over here, and this is the kind of thing that Banjoey might be like, well, that's a lot over here. I might be able to like attack this harbor. Although attacking could be dangerous with Winter Fury about to be back online. That does seem to be what's happening because we have like a front switch of a bunch of copters in the dark. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that recon. It sees all of the copters, and the immediate reaction is to dive in the Neo tank. Just out of range of the bomber. Okay, we have the Winter Fury. A lot of damage. Also makes the bomber really sad. Because if you have odd movement, it rounds down, so instead of 7 move, a bomber has 3 in the snow. Absolutely no mercy. It's not optimal. Anti-air. The recon that saw everything. It doesn't look like a lightning strike is happening this time, which can be very dangerous. This is more of the Rhymer attitude of Eagle, which is like just take the hits and stall until you can just use a lightning strike that will win the game, rather than one that tries to even up after a Winter Fury. But that's a really difficult way to play. Very easy to make a mistake and just lose. So we'll see how this goes. The downside of using Lightning Strike after the Winter Fury like this is that you'll usually give Olaf another Winter Fury. Just get like wiped. Because of how much damage you do. But if you can overcharge Olaf, then you'll be pretty happy. If you don't use Lightning Strike, then you'll be really sad. You did have the builds here. Ooh. Bomber goes after the anti-air. I like it. Very strong lightning strike over here. The Neo tank was actually completely ignored. Somehow, Banjoey is up by 15 units and still basically even in unit value. So here comes the other Winter Fury right after the lightning strike. Pop, 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 pop. This is where achesst really wishes they had built a fighter, and it comes over and kills the bomber, and then the Neo tank kills the anti-air. There's the fighter now. Okay. As you can see, Banjoey is still ahead at the end of that turn in units, but way behind in unit value. The snow button is pressed now. Okay, bomber kills the Neo tank. Will sadly die for that. I mean, not sad to a chest. Lots of infantry coming out. We now have some more ground vehicles being built. Does look like a lot of the front line here from Banjoey is going to get cleaned up. Fighter kills the bomber. Copters come in here, kill off the tanks. Might have a copter come in and kill off the 5 health copter. All of these frontline infantry. I bet this infantry hasn't seen a single moment of combat. It's just it's 6 health from being hit by 2 Winter Fury. I think a copter got... Oh, it came over here and hit this place. Goes down to an anti-air. Copter attack over here. Looking pretty grim now for Banjoey in the bottom. The double Winter Fury did some serious damage. Air kills off the infantry. We have tank plus tank this recon. This just gets cleaned up. Like so. Weak units, very easy to one-shot. Yeah, Banjoey has the fallback so far. Tries to maintain control over these cities. Has built up a lot of tanks and anti-air, which is good. We do have the next lightning strike being built up, and it's gonna hit most likely before the next Winter Fury. If the Winter Fury hits first and this same like level of aggression is still going on, then I don't know what Eagle will be able to do. The hit on this copter. All of the vehicles huddling together, trying to defend. It does look like this comm tower will be very capturable, but achesst does not know that. Okay, so here you usually want to spread out and fall back a bit. Or I guess more just fall back rather than spread out, so that incoming lightning strike doesn't have a super great time. In this case, the lightning strike wasn't even possible. We have attempt on this comm tower. Probably fall way back so that units can't really reach and make it to that lightning strike at all. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 of the tank, and the anti-air can work together to stop the comm tower. That works too. Comm tower stopped. It's pretty important. The army completely front switches down here though, which is actually rather dangerous. Just gonna fight it out. That tank might. I don't think there's enough stuff that can hit to reach the Winter Fury. So it will indeed be a lightning strike, potentially at least. First, depending on what Banjoey wants to do. Oh, just uses the normal power. And then Banjoey resigns. Whoa. I mean, that's gotta be one of the strongest blizzards. If it's a blizzard into resign. I mean, Banjoey was already pretty far behind, so that's fair. But then you want to try to do a lightning strike. GG. Okay, we'll get one more game in here. The backlog has survived the day. This is, for some reason, there's a space between Havets and 93. But this is Havets versus Neverlocke again. A pipe dreaming test Tier 1. Now, Havets wants our opinion on this map, because I don't believe it's been implemented. I mean, he wanted specifically my opinion, but I'll say our opinion on how this map looks. Habits. Playing not yellow comment. Pipe runner. So yeah, okay, so there's a starting pipe runner next to a BlackBoat. Pipe runner's on the woods. So I guess I have to ask him. The pipe runners can move on bases, right? So if you kill off the BlackBoat, your pipe runner gets to then deploy itself. Is that right? Yeah. So because getting a base is not incentive enough to kill the BlackBoat, you also get a pipe runner. Now pipe runners have a range of 5. And they are always visible in fog. But, well, they're always invisible in fog when they're on a pipe. Anything that's on a pipe is always visible in fog. So, if you go here, it's very aggressive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't reach anything it cares about, so it would not go there because it's way too long. If you go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I can cover these 2 cities. Harbor. And they really like corners because they're harder to get hit from. This side, I would like this corner. This one actually reaches stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cover these properties. I mean, this is just going to be a tough map for the pipe. Well, pipe runners always have a tough time in fog. Just because everything can always see them and they're made out of paper. Well, I mean, they're specifically made out of light tanks. That's what their defense is like. No, it is double comm tower, you're right. Everyone can reach 20% all the time. There's an airport right away, which is something I'll of course like, because that means you can do transport copter openings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drop off. It even has a nice, it's actually a nice little capture chain there, right from the transport copter. I don't understand the pipe runner. I don't understand why the pipe runner is included on this map. Pipes do not have terrain stars. It's here for hype. I guess that's fair. Yeah, pipes are real, everything on top of them. And you can build more pipe runners from this base. You can build pipe runners from this base too. You have 2 bases to build pipe runners from. I'll see. Okay. Okay. Currently, the pipe runner does nothing. Okay. Habits. Super sad. Just barely short of building an artillery. Neverlocke could base skip for an artillery. It's probably worth it. Doesn't go for it. You know, because it's not really, it's like a base skip, but it's not a base skip because you killed this turn earlier. So you get that base unlocked. Alright, there's the artillery. An artillery from Neverlocke. Got recon into recon artillery. We got our transport copter for habits. Transport copter from Neverlocke. Start firing away. Transport copter went for the little play there, and I assume he's going to go up here next. Okay. Whoa. Neverlocke's doing something completely different with the transport copter. Boosting. I'm liking to have its boosts. They're looking good. I take that back. Oh, I see. So this guy should not have been a recon. This should have been a recon. This should have been an infantry. Habits should have an infantry here. That just moved here this turn, so they can go capture the base. I mean, this base is, it's of course more money, but it's also the thing that's going to capture 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 properties. So it's 5k in total to delay. That you lose every turn you delay. Oof. Neverlocke gets the kill in 2 turns rather than the 3 for habits. So a very nice economic advantage. Goes on there. Very awkward. Okay. The recon first strike. It's the weirdest recon first strike I've ever seen. Why would you do that? It's in range of the pipe runner. There's only one reason you would ever do that, and that is specifically to stop the pipe runner from moving onto this tile, because you're worried about it interrupting captures, but there's already recons here to interrupt captures. The pipe runner is always visible. Neverlocke has no excuse. Okay, down goes the recon. Tank, artillery, copter, looking good. Looks like Havage is approaching the matchup to just spam up with the build a lot of units to make use of the extra income. Very awkwardly, this artillery does not cover this tank. There's also no anti-air over here. So this tank's good. Oh. Oh, I see. Wait. I don't see. What happened? What is that? Okay. So in this situation, you want to hit so you're still covered by your pipe runner. I thought this tank had just like doomed itself with this attack, but no. Pipe runner is out of range. It's true the pipe runner is also air defense. Okay. Helicopter strike. Recon harassment. Some fairly cute coverage. The artillery is covering here, the pipe runner is covering here, and the artillery is blocking the way to the pipe runner. Okay, this pipe runner has currently done nothing. This one has done something, but only because the other player decided to let it do something. Does Habits have the guts to go in and stop this capture? It wouldn't be a great stop. The tank strike. Good. Does try and hit. Ooh, I guess there was potentially possible interrupt. Doesn't quite get it though. Ooh, so you see this pipe runner? For some reason, this one's not doing it. I guess because it attacked. Now it's doing it. The pipe runner is capturing the pipe seam, and that's because pipe seams are counted as buildings. So, and their health is capture points. So a fun thing that will happen is if this pipe runner if either of these pipe runners die for whatever reason, the health of this pipe seam will go to 20 because that's the capture points of a regular city. It's like trying to fix it. So either someone could kill the pipe runner to get it to go to 20, or you could delete the pipe runner and it would go to 20. Habits moves down here. Captures right in front of this infantry, like a punk. Infantry very boldly. Can I see the sight range of units? I can. Pipe runner C5 or C4? Never check the pipe runner's vision. I think any unit on top of a pipe seam. I am. Like I said, pipe runners, they cost 20,000. They are made out of paper. Copter hits them for 5. C4. Okay, that's not so bad. Run away. Only Neverlocke's running into the problem of just not having enough anti-air, so we have another one built. Ooh, this capture in the center though is definitely going to go to Neverlocke. Habit is just really heavy on the sides, so this is a nice little pick off. Although it is 25 properties to 21 currently. Now it's 24 to 22. So it's starting to even up. It's artillery. Vulnerable to being picked off. Bam bam. Tank vulnerable to being picked off. Copter can't go for the strike though. Very nice attack for Neverlocke. We're here. Basically going with they'll just ignore the pipe runner thing. I see. Okay, so I guess the plan with the pipe runner is you clear it fast enough and you can lock the comm tower. The market crash from habits. No fear, in go the copters. So maybe that probably deserves a little bit of fear. I mean, there's no way your opponent hasn't done something about the lack of copter options. Copters get smacked. 6 health tank went for that attack. Okay. We start getting beat up. This is another anti-air on the way, which is important. It's a very good choice of fighting location for Neverlocke. Way better than trying to deal with this stuff down here. Habits does have the bomber come in and hit anti-air. It is covered by another anti-air. Habits doesn't know that. Tanks start moving up here. Everything invested here just isn't in the fight currently. It's just double tank, so it's not so bad. I mean, it's about the same. Oh, it's triple tank. Oh, a tank got built from out here. I see. It has to go a long way. Neverlocke was investing in repairing the pipe runner. I probably wouldn't do that. It's 2,000 per hit point. It does get used. Beat up on some infantry. Have a lot of attacks coming in here for Neverlocke. Got to hit the bomber, got to hit the anti-air. Has now brought in some infantry to go for these captures, which will be important because it's currently 28 properties to 23. And with Sasha on top of that. So the economic edge is definitely in Habit's favor currently. The market crash does wipe the charge. We have an attempt to go for this comm tower capture. Neverlocke was prepared, has the artillery in range. Second Bird's very excited about it. You can see Havas has to constantly place a unit in block here, although 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's nothing actually currently in range to attack the pipe runner. Neverlocke does finish off the bomber. Does start getting these captures. Interrupts this capture. Make sure to stay out of the pipe runner's range. Anti-air's going to beat up some copters. Recon. A tough copter attack there, but it's fine. Probably have the anti-air. Now, the anti-air can just heal. Don't really want to dish it in for just a 5 health. Copter. This is still looking pretty okay for Neverlocke. This market crash is definitely going to hurt. Most of the little stragglers get picked off. The anti-air gets hit. Ooh, there isn't another reinforcing anti-air, so this could end up being disastrous. Copter makes sure to stand on the city like a punk. Neverlocke just creates a little barricade wall here to control the comm tower from afar. Neverlocke is actually ahead by 8 units, just really far behind in unit value. Okay, now it's Habits' turn to pressure the center. For some reason, Neverlocke super far retreated here. Guard this pipe runner. Have another bomber on the way. Ooh. Looks like Neverlocke is going to let the center go and just accept this entire corner. It'll mean that Habits is going to be able to maintain an economic advantage even after this corner goes. Oh, he's willing to sacrifice copters in the meantime. Yeah, I see, to get the pipe runner in range on this corner to lock cities. Oh, I didn't even notice. Habits built another pipe runner. Didn't send the one from over here. Spent 20,000 from this base and went over here. Okay, the double pipe runner. I didn't. Okay. I would definitely have just sent this one, I think. But you would have had to have done it a while ago, it's true. Hello, pipe runner. You can almost just do it with a battleship. I guess the battleship is kind of just worse than the pipe runner. Oh no! Does Neverlocke not know? Oh, Neverlocke knows. It's just overloading it. Okay. The pipe runners can shoot air. Cluster over here. Have it beaten up on a transport copter. No mercy shown. A market crash. I assume the pipe runner is going to be used in these cities, most likely. Here. Yep. Cool. Does stop the capture. Oh, the pipe runner just shoots the tank instead. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, there's very little defending over here. So, if Neverlocke decided to attack forward, it would be an attack that probably should have happened like last turn, once all that stuff was revealed over here. But Neverlocke just resigns from the front switch. Was actually still even in unit count, but 100,000 behind in unit value, which is very painful. GG, well played, Habits. Your pipe runner buy actually got value, and this pipe runner also got value. That's hard to do. Most games you finally get a second comm tower as Javier, your opponent resigns. Sasha money is strong. It's true. And you are hitting properties on top of that. 30 properties to 24. If we look at the... Turn to Neverlocke. Oh, look at that. Is that 70,000 more money generated on Neverlocke's turn? You wonder if the map stalls hard. I mean, it kind of looks like it does stall hard, because there isn't a ton in the middle, and you do start with a pipe runner that you can defend. I mean, you were definitely stalling really hard over here, although Fog doesn't tend to stall as hard as Standard does, because the front switching, as you saw here, is a way to kind of break it. So I wouldn't be too worried about the map stalling just because it's Fog of War and you have some pretty decent front switching available. Pipe runners do achieve their goal of locking comm towers. Make it super slow. Greetings, JJ. with the pipe runner breaking through. I wouldn't be too worried about that. I mean, you can always just reduce the amount of... I mean, there's a lot of cities in this corner. You can just reduce the number of cities in the corner. I guess you wanted it to be a very high econ map, so you could build pipe runners. This BlackBoat's super sad. It's like it's blocked off by a bridge from making it to the harbor. Bums map. Well, if the corners get too powerful or they're too powerful in testing, then I would just remove some properties. I think that'd be fun. If you want, you can even move them back behind this pipe team. To be really mean. It's balanced on making it not mid all in. I can see what you're talking about there if you think the pipe runner is too strong. I mean, it was certainly working for you pretty nicely. I don't think they're too strong, just because they're made out of paper. But you do start with one, so maybe. I don't think so. I don't know if it'd be good enough. I don't know if it's necessarily league potential, because Global League doesn't really like super gimmicks. That could... Anyway, I gotta call it there. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. The backlog did survive. I can leave you all with an apple. And I'll see you guys next time. You can fight me on Friday, I do believe. For those who want to beat up a poor penguin. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. Oh, there's a Patreon if you want. Thanks for watching.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins, that's